That was a mess.
Okay.
Is that the first thing we heard on live?
Quite possibly. I think we are live now. Hello, people!
We are off to a good start.
Yes, we are.
Lovely
5
start. The
minutes
fact
late,
that
making messes. It's fine. It's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine, Yuri. It's
Fine.
fine.
If GT Live
That was a mess.
can get away with it,
Okay.
we can get away with it.
Is that the first thing we heard on live?
GT Live,
quite
which got us
possibly.
streaming
I
for
think.
being like the best gaming live stream one year. Just if they can do it, we can do it. Damn it!
okay, so the first thing I hear is "It's fine, Yuri. It's fine." When the stream finally loads on my
No,
end.
yeah, but it wasn't the first thing that was on there.
Oh, I think it was because that's all I heard.
It was also the first thing I heard.
Oh, great.
Gotcha.
But yes, hello chat.
So we already start with a
Hello.
Todd quote, and we've just started. It's fabulous.
Oh my god. Hi.
He's
Hello, chat.
Todd's content.
Oh my god. 24 people. Hi.
Yes, I put out the good word,
Oh,
and we
good.
have Ycey, so it's lovely.
Yes.
I also did promote it on my channel too. Just said, hey,
Mhm.
join us in a little bit. We'll be doing some storytelling.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Hey,
Oh,
Mitty!
Mitty! Mitty's in
Hey!
chat.
Hello, Mitty.
Mitty, very, very lovely queen.
Yes. Mitty actually may be joining us for future adventures. She is going to
Yes!
get some books and read up on it and be making a character, I believe.
Yeah.
So that's awesome.
Nice.
Yeah.
And then
Now-
I can draw that character too, and we can still have official art for everybody.
There will be an
Exactly.
opportunity for you to present their characters, so if it sounds like I'm trying to give you a hint to say your name and all that, it probably is me doing that then.
Lovely.
You can also just like type it in chat if we're missing a cue. Be like, hey!
I mean, I know that a lot of D&D is just improvised, right? Well, as far as what the players do is improvised,
Entirely,
but
yes.
rather than being from a script or anything like that.
Yep.
But
True.
I did have one campaign where we were trying to basically do the equivalent of nudging somebody on the shoulder, like, "Hey, tell us who you are," just so the rest of us know.
Oh yeah.
Turns out that was part of their character. They were this stereotypical edgy dark rogue that liked to sit in the background and kept giving us these one-word answers. We're like, "Oh man, you're really going full guns to the wall with that old guns blazing with that whole character in-character thing."
Uh-oh, you got the treble giggles going.
You
I heard
missed
a
it. You heard the
snort, too.
treble snort, didn't you?
Oh, I did
I
miss
heard
the
the
treble
snort.
snort.
Mark off your bingo cards, everyone. We got one.
Somebody have
Nice.
the there it is. There it is. That time I
As
heard
I said, we're already off to a good start.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Somebody have the
So,
link to the bingo
I see.
cards?
It's
Yes.
in the other thing. Hold, please. I'll
Okay.
go find it.
I see. Just so
It's
you know,
pinned.
we actually do have a bingo card for people to play bingo with the shenanigans that go on in our streams.
And treble snort is
And
definitely
the treble
on
snort is actually one.
Everybody, mark your bingo cards right now.
I'm trying to find it.
there. That's okay.
No,
Take
It's
your time.
pinned. I
Did
think we
not
pinned it.
pin it last time?
In the- You have to look. I know. Sorry, I used the same icon for the server as the chat, so now you're all confused.
No, it did. Nope.
No, we didn't.
Nope. Did we
Uh,
pin it in our actual like chat?
That's what I was saying. Oh, in the yeah, it might be in there.
Found it.
Yay!
It's
Good
not
job.
pinned. It's not pinned. Copy link trouble. Cheese and crackers. Anyway, I am a mod. I can
We
paste
are
the link.
professionals.
There is our official bingo card if you want to use it. Kim, I'm gonna reply to this in our actual D&D thing, so we can actually pin it because I don't think we have pin powers
Yeah, no. I
in
don't
that
think
chat.
So that's fine, and we can do that.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
With
Sorry.
that amount of shenanigans out of the way, should we maybe do introductions?
Well,
Yes.
That might be a good idea.
Yeah, let's start with that, and
Ready when you are.
I will
Oh,
go first.
Chat had a good idea about it.
Hmm?
Just real quick, 1 second. Chat had a good idea about it. For the three of you that have dice cams tonight, could you just wave so that as you introduce yourself,
Oh.
They know which dice can you are.
Absolutely.
Jazz hands. Jazz hands
will-
when we introduce ourselves.
I will roll a dice. How about that? I will do something in the dice tray.
Okay.
Triple? That just sounded really bad. Anyway, moving on. Okay, so. Okay. I'm sorry.
I see. It's not too late to back out right now.
Oh my god.
All right, see ya.
Bird, I'm going to kill you. Sir, that was brilliant. Okay.
And now I'm back. I guess I'm not leaving. I thought it was.
I guess
Thought it
not.
was optional. Here, but
All right.
hello, stream. We're off to a great start. This is going to be adventurous. Just know that right off the bat.
All right. So allow me to introduce myself. Hi, I'm Kim Carter. This is my dice tray here. Hello, I'm the one waving. Oh, look, I look really. Anyway, my hand looks terrible, but there you go. I'm rolling my dice. Okay, and you are here on my channel, Ycey Audio, in case you have come here from someone else's channel. And actually, today marks 2 years since I started my channel. It is my 2nd channelversary tonight.
Yay!
Woo!
So yes, and on my channel, if you're not already familiar, you can find a variety of ASMR role plays from girlfriend and wife comfort audios to fully immersive action adventure stories. So I hope that you find something you like, because there is something for everyone and most for all. Let's throw it over to Bird.
Hey there, Tweethearts. This is Brown Eyed Bird ASMR, Bird for short. I am also coming up in 1 month, approaching my 2-year anniversary. I have a month left, but I am also, much like Kim, do a variety of girlfriend experience, wife experience, big sister experience, and a few action, adventure, and fantasy, and lots of romance. This is me doing my dice tray. You can find a variety of stuff, including a few game Let's Plays that I enjoy doing. I hope you will get a chance to get over there, check it out, and have some fun listening to whatever may float your boat. Float your boat. Your Oh,
Take
boy.
a drink.
I haven't had anything but water today. I need something. But
You need to root beer bloat.
yeah.
Oh wait.
Yep, exactly.
And all of our channels should be linked below.
Yes, all of our channels are down there. So check me out. Check any of these lovely ladies out. Check Ycey out. And I'm just going to stop talking now, pass it down to Cassie before my tongue trips over my feet.
Hold on a second.
It's me. I'm the one dying in the back. I'm the one like wheezing.
Don't worry, Treble apparently just ate some poison for lunch and has been dealing with the consequences since. It's fine.
What?
Renee, I don't know who died in the back to answer your question.
That's what Treble was saying. It was Treble dying in the background. Cassie, please take it away, please.
Kingsley, what you mean is you'll bloat too. She wrote 99 red balloons echoing. I'm like, oh, you'll bloat too.
That's a
Anyway.
running gag for this one. Good job.
Oh, yeah.
I am Cassieville, or Cassandriel Villas. I do audios and art and live streams, and also I'm a VTuber now, I guess. So catch me for voice acting or shenanigans, or voice acting shenanigans at your leisure. And today I'm going to be playing Malthera Neridark, which is always fun.
Take it away,
I
Treble.
guess that means it's my turn. Okay. Hello, everyone. I am Troublemaker. Coincidentally enough, 10 days from now will be my 1-year channel anniversary. When I first uploaded my video to my channel. The channel's been like super old because I've just used it as a personal until now. So 1 year for me will be in 10 days. I create all kinds of audios, so go check them out. Uploading on Friday. Come find me. Here is my lovely. I will roll the purple dice because purple is my color right now.
Trouble. When are you posting our collab?
That's this Friday.
Oh, yay!
That's the Friday video. Yes, I will be collabing with the lovely Kim Carter. I just have to do some editing, but it will be up Friday at 10 a.m. Eastern. So Kim and I will be uploaded on my channel. So come check it out.
Nice.
I will be playing Shahazar, the baseball bat barbarian, as she's been called, and we can't wait.
And finally, our gracious DM, Ycey.
Hello there. And yes, I'm Ycey Narrates. Do anything that involves narration, audio role plays, and soon to be a few more things. But we're still waiting on the Choose Your Own Adventure style audios, hopefully later this week. And yes, I'll be DMing this lovely day. So get ready for the nice story we've got ahead for you guys. When you all are ready, we can get started on it.
Cassie, did you have something else you wanted to say?
Well, I just wanted to shamelessly plug and be like, oh yeah, by the way, we have official art now that I drew and also commissions are open and I like money.
Yes.
Plug away.
Yes, we have official art now. Did the other official arts make it into the slideshow tonight?
I've seen Cassie's, and I'm looking at Myra's right now. At least from our perspective, the stream is a little behind, but yeah, they're in there.
Yeah, so those
Nice.
ones that are busts are Cassie drew those specially for us, and they are gorgeous.
I'll say.
Thank you.
Yes. Cassie's
I also
fabulous
It's a good
artist.
distraction from the other thing that I've been working on that is going to be a surprise for my channel when I actually
Okay, there's
do
Cassie's.
something good with it.
Yeah, I feel like there's... Oh, I'll take a look at it while we're getting started. I feel like there's a couple that are missing. So I'll see if I can fix that.
I can resend them.
No.
also.
They're not like missing from my computer. They're just missing from the slideshow for some odd reason.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here, let me turn off randomized playback.
I
so we
also
can make
forgot
the-
to mention,
keep track
as I
of it.
was doing my introduction, that I am playing Kanara Gamblenam, which is my druid gnome who is fun-loving, nature-loving, bit of a prankster, bit of a jokester, but heart of gold and loves to step in and step up when times are rough and show exactly what skills she's got. She also, if many of you who were here last time watching, she also throws a mean knife.
Yes.
That is true.
That is true.
And I will be playing Myra Brandison, who is a rogue of many secrets who constantly questions her life choices, adventuring around with this group.
Oh, Ycey is Mr. DM now.
Yeah, it hasn't quite caught up with the stream yet.
It will in a moment.
Yeah,
will
just
eventually,
give it a quick moment, you know.
The stream lags just a little bit. It'll be fine.
Well, yeah. And if you didn't introduce very much to your character, if there's more you want to say, don't you worry. I'll give you a second chance to do it in a moment.
Ooh.
All right, I
I'm very
believe with
excited.
that we are ready.
Yes.
Perfect.
Okay.
Well, let's skip past most of the cutscene here, but just to paint a picture where you are, we're in a realm called Aldur. Off to the coast, in a nice little place called Sothron, the city of Sothron. And I would show it on a map, but it appears that I can't invite my camera into the system. I've got to let the admin do that for me. In this nice little city, there appears to be an unfortunate string of piracies off the coast, namely for one company. Well, it's gotten pretty bad, and rather than ask the local nobility or the local leaderships who will charge them an arm and a leg, they figured, why not get a couple of adventurers who are willing to throw their necks and lives in jeopardy, all for the sake of a little bit of coin. So, they have put out a little bit of a reward for anybody who can track down the pirates and get rid of them. Even more so if you can track down, perhaps, where they're hiding. So now, you've made it to the headquarters of a Mr. Balthazar Gillian. Balthazar here owns a company where it is called, aptly named, Balthazar's Wondrous Goods. He sells magical goods, magical items, and wondrous wonders, as he calls it. At his headquarters, his receptionist is just filing everybody in, and one by one you each walk in. She says, "For the record, please state your name and how we shall know you." First walks in is our lovely favorite tiefling. Would you care to introduce yourself? So let me just go down the list instead.
I'm
Kamara,
like,
would
we
you...
don't have a tiefling.
Never mind.
Yes,
I
we
was
do.
thinking something-
Malthera
Wait.
is a fire genasi.
Fire Genasi. My apologies, not tiefling. Let me just go down the line then. So, just to give us a little bit of perspective, this room looks like your standard office. Nice marble floors, a receptionist by a desk. There's also 2 security guards, just armed with simple weapons next to you. Now, as the 2 guards look in, they're going to just do a quick observation of you. If you want to describe for the group, what would you describe? If you want to describe for everybody here, what are the guards seeing as you walk in, as you make your presentation?
Oh, hold on. I actually got to look at my friggin' description.
First and foremost, in walks Bird's character, Kanara.
Kanara is 3 feet tall. She's dressed in very simple leathers and cottons, and she looks fairly unassuming, but she also carries herself with a certain level of nobility and sort of old world beauty, I guess. She knows how to behave in such surroundings, but it does appear that she hasn't been here for this kind of place for a long time.
Okay, so it was seen. And in walks Kanara, receptionist, who introduces herself as Lila. She's a lovely little high elf who's been here who introduces herself as the receptionist who's worked here for this lovely establishment for the past 18 years, which doesn't seem like a long time for her. She writes down your name, gives a little brief description just for the records-keeping purposes, and puts you on the payroll, interestingly enough. Then in walks Malthera, sweet scent of cinder in the air for the guards. Would you describe your entrance for us, dear Malthera?
So, of course, as the lovely and smoking in every way fire genasi that I am, I strut in all 5'5" of me, but I look 5'9" with the heels I'm wearing. And I just sort of saunter up to the counter, my bright orange hair just falling over my shoulders, not wearing much else, with very little armor and very little clothing. And I just sort of smile and wink at the receptionist and say, "Hey, beautiful, I'm with her. Get me signed in, yeah?"
The receptionist, Lila, just blushes, laughs, goes, "Oh, you're too kind. Right this way." Seats you off to the side next to our dear Kanara. Again, writes down your name, puts you onto the payroll, gives a little brief description as well, including, if you want to do a quick perception check, there is one thing that you notice with passive perception. They're writing down a little name that just says The Peddler's Thief next to assignment. And then, afterward, in walks Myra.
Perception
Myra.
check.
Perception check of 6.
I went ahead and rolled when you said it.
You, on the other hand,
I
were
rolled
probably
when you
looking
said
at
it
the
and I
nice
got a 6.
styling.
I noticed nothing.
You do notice that they
I'm
clean those
barely
floors
aware she's an
regularly.
elf.
I mean, with my passive perception, I got at least a 12. Yeah,
There you go.
12. My bad, Bo.
You also notice that the receptionist has a very nice perfume. There you go. And as both of you are probably getting to know each other, assuming that you don't know each other, or at least haven't seen each other in a long time past your previous adventure, in comes Myra. Myra, please, what would the guards see the first time you walk in?
So Myra is a human rogue who is just slightly over 5 feet tall, maybe about 5'3". She has blonde hair that is braided and tied up so that it is out of her way, and bright, piercing blue eyes. She is mostly covered by a large green cloak, not revealing much else, and she walks straight up to the receptionist, not wasting any time, and gives her name.
She welcomes you in, Myra. Lila says, "Oh, glad to have you here. I almost forgot to ask this to everybody. You don't have any criminal backgrounds now, do you? This would make the journey a bit counterproductive if we found out this little detail too late."
No? No criminal background?
Splendid. Then make yourself comfortable in the seat over here. Again, writes down your name. And finally, in walks Shahazar. Would you please make your presence known to us?
I would love to. First, how tall is this doorway?
It's a good 7 feet tall. You notice that one of the guards outside is actually a Minotaur.
Oh, lovely. So Shahazar, standing at a 7 foot 2 inches, has to duck a little bit to get into the door. Her tan skin complements her bronze armor, and the blue necklace with a bronze emblem around her neck. Her tan skin, complementing her icy blue eyes that look over Lila, her brown hair tied back and braided, and she carries her warhammer on her back with an ornate handle.
Excellent. In that case, as you go up to the front desk, you take a look.
She's a Goliath, by the way.
Thank you. Yeah, Goliath. So as you walk up to the front desk, you take a look at the very sad chair sitting in front of her, and Lila just very awkwardly looks up at you, looks down at the chair, and just "I'm so terribly sorry if your feet are tired."
It's fine. I'm used to standing. Not many chairs fit my thing. Shahazar, barbarian for hire.
Lila, the receptionist here at Balthazar's Wondrous Goods and Beautiful Attire. Please, make yourself make yourself comfortable standing, I suppose.
She'll just nod, and I guess she'll look over to see her friends and wave over at them.
Excellent. So then, after she just kind of looks over at the guards and checks over the door, just make sure there's nobody else here. She closes the door behind her. One of the guards steps out to monitor outside. The other one stays in there. If you notice that these guards are wearing some padded armor, but there seems to be some clinking metal on the insides. Almost, seems like they've got some bits of metal sewn into the padded gambeson that they've got. So it's both regal and what you can assume effective. At the guard's side, he's got he's got a short sword in one hand and a very small shield behind him. Now, Lady Lila here, or Mrs. Lila here, just sits down at the desk. Yes, Mrs., you do notice a nice little wedding band on one hand. Says to you, "Now, were you briefed on the specifics of your details, or simply that there was a reward? Would you like to are there any questions you want to ask first?"
Yes. Where am I going? What am I smacking?
Yes, perfect. I assumed you'd wanted to know that much. So, off the coast, near Stone Howe, that little shredded bit of island rock out off the coast here, not sure if you sailed by it, there seems to be a string of robberies, and, well, the pirate ship we're looking after is called the Great Soul. Well, we need, I do want to have you, at least agree to this before we sign any waivers, but the mission involves you dressing in Balthazar's employer's attire, taking a ship that doesn't appear to be very armed, but loaded with quite a substantial amount of goods, meeting our actual ship at this coast, and then escorting it home. If you can get it into harbor, perfect. Even better, we need you to, well, hopefully act as bait for when the actual pirates come. Would you assume that all of you are formidable in combat? She kind of looks awkwardly over at Shahazar and then just looks at the other three. Would you say that you are formidable in hand-to-hand combat at sea?
Define hand-to-hand.
And Shahazar kind of like gingerly raises her hand. She's like,
Well, I was not even looking in your direction.
I've seen Kanara throw a dagger and land it between a bear's eyes and kill it. An owl bear.
Oh, dearie, that's terrifying. But congratulations. Very well. Yes.
Oh, well.
And Malthera throws a mean fireball, and like Shahazar gets a little excited at the violence she gets to talk about.
You hear a small peep out of Lila as soon as she sees the fireball. Just kind of composes herself a bit, and then looks at the other four and just says, well, I think we're done here. I was worried that some of you might be, well, hesitant at combat. It seems that all four of you are, well, it seems you all four know each other. Anyway, once you are out at sea, we do need you to, unfortunately, wear some of our uniforms, our shipping uniforms. You can wear whatever you want underneath them. I do believe we have some for Goliaths, some that are supposed to be fireproof or fire-resistant for our Ganassi deer. Looks over at the gnomes, goes, would you fit in a dwarf size, perhaps?
Well, if worst comes to worst, I can roll up my sleeve.
Perfect. And I do promise here, it says right here that Mr. Balthazar is going to reward you, he just says handsomely on the amount. As much as I do wish that he was more specific there, I know that Balthazar with his Magic Emporium does not ever go back on his word and make sure that everyone leaves satisfied. I can at least promise you in advance that to recover for injuries and maintenance for equipment, we can promise at least 100 gold up for if you can make it back into port, which I don't imagine should be too difficult. Does that sound reasonable for the four of you?
Is that 100 gold
25
total?
gold each?
Or
No. So I apologize. 100 gold for each of you, of course.
Oh,
Oh,
Sounds like I can buy a new hammer.
or way I can sign up faster.
Kanara's eyes are going to go very wide, and she's going to make a little squeak and then just sort of nod her head like,
There we go. So then at that point, Lila just says, splendid. I will just need you to sign this little waiver right here that you understand that you are putting yourselves into a potential risk of harm or injury. We're not responsible for anything past that. But
what does it mean, acts of swine?
acts of swine.
Yeah, this bit right here where it says Balthazar's magic, so forth and so on, shall not be responsible for any loss suffered by individuals or individual employed, including and not limited to acts of swine.
Oh, I'm surprised he limited it at just acts of swine. Well, that could mean a number of things. I do believe it means something along the lines of turning you into a pig, but it could also mean anything from food poisoning to sailors whistling at you as you walk by. Either way, we should be able to make reprimands for any of those issues as well. I did get turned into a dove once, and I made a speedy recovery.
I don't think they'll be whistling. I think Malthera will attack first. And she kind of looks over and like looks Malthera up and down, the fact that Malthera has literally barely enough clothing to cover her on. Like, yeah, no, she tried to flirt with the bard at one of our other adventures. Yeah.
Very well. The ship that you're going to be on is named... she just kind of shuffles through a couple of them. She puts a couple of these little forms on the table. You're noticing that... give me a quick perception check, somebody. Whoever's... I'll say all four of you can give me a perception check.
okay.
Notice some of these little details.
Hold. +2.
I got another 6. Apparently, Malthera's just dumb as rocks. According to the time.
Nah,
Once
She doesn't
again,
notice anything.
she's too dumbstruck by Lila. Evidently, Lila is just drop dead gorgeous to Malthera.
Must be.
Malthera's distracted.
Mother, you are very much impressed by how clean they keep this room.
I got a 12.
Okay, 12.
What's your perception modifier?
Yeah, +0.
Oh,
So, no problem. Well, that's good enough. You just
I've got an
noticed it
18.
Perfect.
Oh, there we go.
Okay,
18.
I didn't roll yet because I got distracted by something outside. What's we're
Just
checking,
roll
I'm sorry.
20.
Perception.
Rolling a perception
Okay.
check.
That's
11.
fine. As you're kind of looking at these different forms, I assume since you paid such close attention to the contract or the waiver that you were signing, essentially, that you understand the risks and are willing to go through with them anyway. You notice that some of these forms that she's got are forms for ships that are pretty sizable, thick galleys, a very large carrack. Then finally, she pulls up one that looks. It's just called a cog, and well, it just says occupation or purpose fishing. Because here you are. You're going to be aboard this lovely little Lucinda. We'll call it the eyepiece, the pebble of the sea. We'll outfit it with as much goods as you need, make it as appealing as possible. It should be right along the sea. When you're prepared, it should be leaving in about, I would say, close to an hour. And once you return, we will have your payment in tow.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Any questions for us, perhaps? I'm all ears.
What are these uniforms gonna look like? And because Shahazar is like, I don't want to take off my armor. She's a little hesitant. She's like, I don't want to change.
The sailing uniforms are simply a white tabard with a nice little believe for the sailors. It's a navy blue with a nice white stripe along one side. If it's just a simple seaman rank, is that fine with you?
I guess I can throw it on over my armor, but I'm not gonna like it.
Splendid. We do have to make these sacrifices as needs be, I suppose. Very well. If you report to the docks in about 1 hour's time, they should be able to set sail. And it will just be the four of you plus our handful of crew members just to keep the ship moving. Are any of you skilled with sailing on a vessel, perhaps?
No,
No, actually, this will be
the
my
ocean before.
Okay. Oh. Well, don't listen
I've only
to any of
ever
the
been a
sea stories.
passenger.
Okay. Don't listen to any of the sea stories that they tell you. They're just there to scare you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's get going then.
Yes.
Excellent. All right. So now, so you guys are currently in it looks like it could be either described as a large town or a very small city. But it's got some quite nice amenities. You have anything from your typical food stores in the market, perhaps an armory, a smithy, a mild potion shop, a library, anything you guys need to get here, would like to look into before you head out to the ship.
Good question.
Hold, please.
Everybody checks their equipment.
Yeah, that's what I'm literally going to go do.
Yep.
I think I have already one potion of healing, and we haven't had to need it yet. So I am gonna say Shahazar is good. So she would be like, maybe she'd go like watch the blacksmith just to see him work, and maybe see if there's like anything that maybe would catch her eye, but she's not really looking. She's just kind of there observing.
Kanar is probably going to look around at some of the shops, probably spot one or two booksellers that she wants to check out to see if there's any scrolls or any unique items that she might need or could come in handy on this trip. She's not ever been much more than a passenger on a ship, so she's probably going to start looking for some things that might have to do with how to manage getting your sea legs or how to tie knots properly. She probably will look for a lot of that stuff. Anything like that around that might catch her attention?
Yes. You do notice that there is a small library with what looks like some people called scriptorians, people who make spell scrolls that could help with that.
Okay. Then I think I'm going to go in there and sort of wander around and see and check some stuff out.
Okay, so Kanar would like to go to the library. Shahrazar, did you say that you were the one who wanted to go to the armory?
Yes, the armory, blacksmith. Shahrazar may be looking for like a long range weapon because a lot of her stuff is like short range.
Gotcha, no problem.
Melee kind of stuff. So.
Yeah, of course. And Myra and Malthera, what are they? Are they going to be doing anything during this time, or even preparing some spells ahead of time, or getting some items ready or abilities?
Honestly, the way that Malthera tends to run, she probably finds the nearest tavern and is seeing about finding some fun before she gets stuck on a boat.
All right, then.
Malthera is trying to seduce.
She's not necessarily trying to seduce, but if something along those lines happens, she's not going to say no either.
Interesting. Okay. I'll get back to that in a second. And Myra, what is she doing during this time?
Myra is going to go check out the potions and purchase some.
Okay. So then Myra... So we'll start with Kanara then. Here we go. I'll rearrange these orders as well in at different times. So, Kanara, so you go into this library. It's actually more of a local library. There's two different sections to it largely. The public area it's got all the books that you might need. There's a walled-off section here that's got somebody at like a front desk, one of those little window desks. And you notice it says section for magical items. You're greeted by this little gnome person. He looks fairly old, very white and further graying hair. He just kind of looks at you and says, "Hello, how can I help you today?"
Hello, sir. I was curious to see if you had any spell scrolls that might be useful on a sea voyage.
On a sea voyage? Well, let me just look in the back. We do have some cantrips for mending equipment. So mending, I suppose shape water, if you're interested in performing any tricks while you're on board. And as for other goods that we have here, he just kind of goes into the back and yells something in Gnomish to one of the workers there. Like, yeah, I don't know if you speak Gnomish, by the way.
I do. I think that is one of my languages: Common, Druidic, Elvish, and Gnomish. Yes. Okay.
Well, if you'd like to listen to what he says, I can translate for you. But he just kind of yells something to the one of the workers, probably in the back. Then, after a couple of minutes of waiting, your passive perception, you would have heard that it didn't sound very nice what the guy said, or it didn't sound very patient. The kind of "if I'm done with this, had a face" type of voice. He eventually comes back with a couple of other scrolls with him. He goes through some of these, the cantrips. He says, "Have a way here for guidance. This one is very important. If you're ever lost at sea, guidance can help let you know which is north, south, west, east. Very important if you're ever lost at sea."
Oh, that sounds like it would be very helpful.
Yes. Yes, is this your first voyage ever?
Not my first voyage, but certainly one where I will be more active at what the crew is doing.
Oh, well, very brave of you to go out and see in the first place. I won't touch that place. Too many monsters in the sea, too many krakens, too many sharks. I won't go out there. And have you ever heard of this thing called a dragon turtle? I don't do it. So, the fact that you are willing to do it, all the respect to you.
Well, is there anything that might help with such a terrible beast?
He just hands you a holy symbol and says, "Pray."
Sounds completely reasonable, my friend.
Like, if you want this as well, and he hands you what looks like probably the equivalent of a rubber chicken. He says, "It's to kiss your butt goodbye."
Oh my god.
Oh, I have dearly missed my people. I think I will simply take the holy relic and that scroll, sir. Unless you have any other suggestions.
By the way, did you say Kanara was a gnome?
Yes.
Okay, my mistake. Got it mixed up with Myra's character. That's right, Myra's a human. Kanara's the gnome. Got them mixed up. Okay. Yeah. By the way, a second ago, since it's your mother tongue, you actually would have heard him just say, like, you would have heard him call to some other named gnome and just say, like, hey, lazy, where are the cheap scrolls? Pulls him back, and that's where he brings you this. Okay, so he looks over at you and says, guidance. Says,
Scriptorian is out for the day, so we won't really be able to make more until the end of the week. However, if you want to buy these right now, I can give you one or two.
I think only one. No, better make it two.
Very well. The price of 2 cantrips. We do have 5 of these scrolls ready.
he looks over at one scroll.
Never mind. 4.
One's kind of eaten away by rats. Yeah, 4 guidance scrolls. Says,
I should be selling you for 50 gold each.
50 gold each for something this inexpensive?
Yeah,
Seems...
it is a magic item.
Well, I think I'll just take one then.
All right,
I
that'll be
mean-
50.
Okay. So I will take the one and then do something to my currency to do that. So
Okay, and between you and me, I can get you this one that I don't typically sell to everybody here.
he hands it to you. It's called Minor Illusion.
You know, a lot of people are pretty superstitious about what goes on at sea. If you really need to get into port and they're not letting you, I can sell you this one for about 30. You can just make a quick image of, I don't know, a siren popping out of the water or a tentacle. That'll give them enough to get back into sea pretty quick. Get back into port.
how much?
30 gold. That's the cheapest thing we got here.
I think I'll have to pass. But it does give me an idea for something that may come in handy in future with one of my other spells. But thank you.
Happy to make your
Yeah.
acquaintance.
And he just kind of says in Gnomish something like, have a good day. It's like, have a good day to you. Takes his scrolls and just goes back to the back room.
She'll reply in kind and then kind of meander around just looking at stuff.
All right. And then as he goes back in, you hear him yell once again in Gnomish something like, hey, lazy, get these back in the safe. So, and yep, you are back out into the town. Now, switching over to Shahrazar, you said that you were going over to a weaponsmith.
Yes.
All right. Well, the weaponsmith here, there's a couple of them. There's one currently working on armor. Another one looks more like they're embroidering designs on armor. So a bit like a goldsmith or a silversmith, but this one works primarily with decorating weapons and armor.
Mm-hmm.
All right. In fact, the one working on the armor is this big old Minotaur fellow. Deep brown, hide, very bright golden eyes. The one behind him looks kind of like a younger Minotaur, one whose horns are still kind of growing in a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Slight resemblance between the two of them.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of looks over and goes, how you doing? What can I get for you today?
Do you happen to have anything ranged?
Anything ranged? That's more... I think that's more of a woodsman or a carpenter you're looking for. But I do have this beautiful little thing. Pulls out what looks like it's a crossbow. Very powerful one at that. And he's got a lighter one next to it. So, the big one that he's got, give me a perception check on it.
Dirty 20.
Nice. Dirty 20. This is actually a crossbow +1. And on top of that, it's got a little mechanic into it that slides the, the hamstring back a second time with every release. So you could actually fire 2 bolts in one go.
Okay.
He just kind of looks in and goes, I've been working on this thing for the past 3 months now. It can be yours for just 1,200 if you have that with you.
And she'll kind of shake her head. And then she thinks, hold please. Yeah, okay, she's gonna see if she can pull this off. She's gonna pull a trick from Malthera's book. And since I assume he's a minotaur, so they're pretty similar in height, I would assume.
He's about 6'6", so he's a little bit shorter.
She's a little bit shorter, so she's gonna kind of look at him and, as best as she can, kind of like flutter her eyelashes and be like, "Do you think you can do me a deal?" And like she tries to imitate Malthera's accent, and she's trying really hard. She's trying to like be like, "Pretty please, could you do anything better for me?"
In the most bullheaded, brazen way, he just goes, "No, this is really the best I can do."
Didn't even let me roll anything, just said no.
Well, I did a quick perception check on him, and he didn't see a dang thing. Plus, I did it on disadvantage because, first off, different species, and he's married, clearly. So.
Oh, no.
Are you just gonna make all the NPCs be married?
Not all of them. You've literally come across the two right off the bat that I just had. I just had basic info written up about each of them just to answer questions,
Lovely.
Things like that.
So,
the gnome you came across.
Shahazar immediately is going to be like, "Well, I don't have the gold, but is a mighty fine crossbow."
Okay, let me just go back a little bit. Bit of a sales tactic, pull out the most expensive item you got. How about this instead? He pulls out a light crossbow, and he's also got some throwing weapons. He goes, "Now, I gotta ask, how far away do you want to hit someone? Are you talking really far?" He pulls out the crossbow and he goes, "Or you want him to get a little close to you first?" And he's got some javelins and throwing axes.
Okay, well, because she's gonna kind of be like, I need a little farther because I've got my hammer, I've got daggers, and I have javelins. So
maybe you should visit the woodsmith. He might have something a bit more like that. A carpenter down the way. Points over to the docks, and sure enough, there's some carpenters. One of them has a little, what looks like the symbol of a bow, a sign hanging above its door. Just down past the market towards the harbor.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, his shop, by the way, Shahazar, is right in front of the Great Market Bazaar, the Great Market Bazaar. So close to a lot of traffic going around.
So she'll be like, "All right, thank you," and she'll kind of bow her head and then bow out of the shop and head towards the sign with the bow and arrow.
All right, and we'll get back to you in a second. Myra, you wanted to go to a potion shop, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. You walk into the potion shop. It's a bit of a small one. Clearly one that's more local. Very elderly lady, in fact. Seems to be working the shop a little bit. And as she's just kind of sitting behind the counter, clearly working on something, she's got two other little assistants running around. Then she just kind of looks up at you and goes,
"Oh, welcome, sir. Welcome, dear. Please, come on in. Come on in. How can I help you on this fine day? Are you looking for a potion or remedy?"
I am looking to purchase some healing potions.
"Oh, healing potions. I actually have a specialty right here. In fact, I've been working on it. I hope that this works."
She takes a little sip of it, and a puff of smoke happens, and suddenly she is about at least 60 years younger. She's human, by the way. Doesn't look like an old lady anymore. She looks like she's probably in her mid-30s. Deep brown hair, light green eyes. Just like, ooh, that was exactly the kick I needed. Can I interest you in a taste?
Is that an illusion?
Give me a wisdom check on this one. So, once again, actually, give me an investigation check on this one.
Right.
Roll for investigation.
Yes. Sorry, I'm just looking at my sheet here. I'm like, where
No problem.
Where do I... Oh, there it is. Okay, I got it. Oh no! Critical fail! That was a 1! Shoot!
You just saw the most amazing potion ever do its thing. It's perhaps a miraculous Sam tier potion at work. And the lady just looks at you and just goes, it's like, well, I'll put that right. I'll put that right here, just in case you ever change your mind. Now, if I can interest you in, pulls out a little rack of just some healing potions. Got about 8 of them, just your garden variety healing potions. How many would you like?
How much are they?
25 apiece.
Where did my money go? Sorry.
It's in your equipment.
There it is. Okay, thank you.
I got it. It's fine.
Okay. In that case, I will just take one. Did that go through?
Good?
Ycey?
I couldn't quite hear them for some reason. It's like their voice cut out.
Sorry. I was saying, in that case, I will just take one.
Okay. Yep. So she hands you one. He goes, I'm also... one of the little helpers pops up and says, "You ask her." And you look over. It's a very young, like, again, another human boy, probably in his early teenage years. Like, ask him. He goes, "All right, fine, make your pitch." And she just kind of walks over and goes, "Hey, I notice a lot of people find healing potions very expensive, so I want to know if you want to test these out." And they're smaller tubes. They look like these little baubles almost, filled with the same liquid as in the healing potions. Because they're just 10 gold a piece. I can lower the price a little bit more if you need. But they should have a pretty good effect.
How is it, like half as effective as one of these, or what are we talking?
He describes the effects to you, and you would equate them to about a regular potion does 2d4 plus 2 healing. This one does 1d4 flat. Oh, 1d4 plus 1, sorry. So, yeah, they're a bit smaller in quantity, but they should at least do some healing. Okay. If what he's described to you, in gamer speak, that's what he describes to you, essentially. He says that he sells them to the farmers outside who usually can't afford the higher tier stuff, and he says that it works on them just fine.
Yes, I don't imagine many farmers are going into battle, however. Anyway, how about I will take 2 of those for 15.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Yeah, here you go. He just kind of like very hurriedly, excitedly gives you one of these, and he just, and here, hands you another bottle, a third one. He goes, here, I'll include it with the package. It just says headache. It just says alleviates headaches and guarantees a good night's sleep. Basically,
can I get one of those IRL?
The bottle itself says honeythorn on it, but yeah, beneath that, the honeythorn basically just says alleviates headaches and aids with sleep. This does actually have a gameplay mechanic. Usually when people do a short or long rest, if they've just barely come out of, say, being frightened, or if they have a level of exhaustion and just lost a party member, some sort of traumatic event, or if they just barely came back from resting and they want to rest again, sometimes I might have you do a constitution check to see if you can actually fall asleep or rest, And
okay. Gotcha.
Drinking this lets you roll on advantage for that.
Okay.
And then the effects guarantee to happen at least 20 minutes later, if nothing else.
All right. Myra is gonna look between the two of them and kind of like glance around the shop, just thinking ahead to the voyage and her fellow party members. Do you have any remedies for seasickness?
Like seasickness? We might. Let me just go check. He just kind of like goes off into the back of the shop, kind of looks down one aisle, comes back, and he goes, the best I've got is this one right here for stomach aches, but maybe it should help.
How much is that?
That's 10 silver.
Oh,
wait. Sorry, 5 silver. I was looking at impacts.
Perfect.
So not just 5 silver.
That is exactly the amount of silver that I have, so I will take that.
All right. So he hands you the bottle, hands you it back. And so that bottle right there has it's a very small bottle, as with the honeythorn. You could probably get about 4 swigs from both.
Okay.
Rather than the 1 swig from the healing potions.
All right.
All right then. We'll come back to you in a second if there's more that you want to get at the potion shop. And let's see, we got Kanar and Myra. Myra's going to the wooden shop. Now, Malthera, I believe you said that you were going to a local tavern.
Cassie.
Cassie?
Sorry, I guess my mic didn't pick it up. I said yes.
Yeah. All right. Well, on your way to a tavern, you do see very close to a nice little boarding tavern here. There's a luxurious-looking inn nearby, toward the center of the town, over by the plaza. It's called Shaded Grove, and it's a very welcoming-looking establishment. A lot of very high-end patrons walking in, and some pretty sturdy-looking ones as well. I mean, if you said that you were looking for a nice place, that is definitely one of them. Or there's just a tavern right next to you. One that a lot of people probably visit, gets its fair share of traffic.
Malthera is generally going to go for the less fancy-looking one.
Okay. As she's walking in, right through the door almost slams open towards you, and you see this purple tiefling walking out with very regal-looking attire, cane in his hand. He's got a couple of bodyguards with him, too. These big old barbarian people. In fact, one of them's a Goliath, one's a human. And, just kind of slams open the door and goes, "Excuse me, madam, you seem to be blocking the road here. I'm trying to get into the left lane of traffic, and you seem to be in the right." Just kind of shoves on by you, and into the tavern you go. Was there something you wanted to do here? I
need to remember that Malthera is not me, because if it were me, I would turn around and be like, "Shut the fuck up, you rich bastard."
Cassie, PG-13.
Damn, where you're going?
PG-13.
Language.
Sorry. But yeah, no, Malthera's just gonna walk in and put what just happened out of her mind, but she remembers what the dude looks like, just in case she runs into him again. And she's just gonna waltz right up to the bar and ask for a drink.
Nice. I'm glad that you filtered what you were going to say. I kind of had to do almost the same thing with him, what he would have said given his background.
Ethan crackers. This is going to be fabulous.
Anyway, yeah, you go up to the bar. It just says, you just order a drink. He just hands you a common ale. Just 2 copper pieces for a mug of this.
We have change for gold pieces, because all I have is gold pieces.
Should have some silver, too. Should be easier.
I literally only have gold pieces. I don't know how this happened.
Kind of looks at you. He's, looks like a stocky gentleman, but he's also human. Big beard. You'd almost mistake him for a very large dwarf. But, yeah, he's got some human feature. Goes, "Not a problem." He just kind of grabs the gold coin, kind of hucks his way up, like, back. Here you are, and just stacks a pile of pure, well, almost all coppers on your plate next to you. Just, "That's not a slander, that's all I had, I promise." Just kind of walks by.
Thank you, sir.
So, yeah, you can divide that change however much you would like, but if it was 1 gold piece that you gave him, then he would have come back with about 50 coppers, and then the rest in silver.
I will try to figure out the math here.
Okay. No problem. So that's 5 silvers and then 50 coppers. About
Okay.
10 by 10.
Thank you.
No problem. And so yeah, you're quick. The moment though he puts all of that gold on the table. Patron off to your left just kind of sipping his drink. Kind of does take a glance over at the coin, just goes back to sipping his drink. And, now Althera has her drink. What would she like to know?
Malthera's just gonna do a quick look around to see if anybody looks interesting.
It looks interesting. Right then, well, the patrons in this tavern. There we go. Do you recall those uniforms that you had to wear on the ship? It was something like just a white tabard, or more like a cloth over whatever you're wearing, and a blue sash on one side, or a blue stripe, as it looks like, with another little white edging. And you actually see three of those gents off in the far corner, just kind of getting some supplies, just having a nice little meal right then and there. So yeah, if you're in one corner, like say one corner of the inn or tavern, on the opposite corner diagonal from you is those gents. Everybody else seems to be just of a mixed variety of different species. Most of them just kind of lower middle class, just enjoying their time. A couple of barmaids and other servers passing by here and there. Nobody really draws your attention apart from those sailors, in fact.
I think if we're establishing that Malthera definitely recognizes the uniforms, then I think she's gonna grab up her change, put it away, grab her drink, and walk on over to him.
Righty. So the three of them, as you're walking over, you see that. Here we go. All right. Yep. And so you've got two elves, high or wood elves, one or the other. A bit hard to tell, but seem like some very established-looking gents. But yeah, two elves, high elves, and a woman next to you who's a dwarf woman, just kind of sitting and enjoying their drinks. They definitely noticed you coming over and just kind of like slowly died down their conversation. If you've ever walked into a room where people stop talking and your presence has definitely been made, this is one of those moments.
I mean, Malthera is used to that. She sticks out like a sore thumb in a lot of the situations she ends up in.
There you go.
So she's just gonna sort of, as confident yet chill as possible, very loose body language, just sort of say hello and take a sip of her drink and ask if they work for who she knows they work for, because she has the matching uniform. But she's gonna ask anyway, just to start the conversation.
No problem. Yep. These gents just explained gents and lady explained that, yeah, they do work for Balthazar's, or rather the shipping company that Balthazar is, under a co-ownership between. They say that they technically work for a guy named Sylvester, the Kingpin, as he's nicknamed. But yeah, they know the guy. They work for both of them. What? Are you taking up a job too?
I sure am.
Oh, yeah.
I actually just signed on today, and I'm preparing to sail out soon.
Oh, no. One of the elves who's... I'll describe him to you both. One of them introduces his name as Nolden. He's got sleek black hair, very vibrant green eyes. He's on the right, closest to you. Near the middle of the table, next to Nolden. You've got Aaron, and he's a blonde elf, so blonde hair, deep brown eyes. And then across the table from them, on your left, you've got what looks like a very red-in-the-face, drunken dwarf woman. She kind of slurs her name, but she goes, my name is Chamomile. She goes, Karim. Yeah, one of the guys just bursts things like, her name is Karim. Karim. K-A-R-I-M. It's like, Karim. Karim. She kind of looks up at you and goes, you look pretty as a blonde. Just kind of like stables herself a bit. They explain that they just actually got into port finally, so they're just finally taking a rest now that they're on land again. They ask when you're heading out to sea and all that.
Oh, sooner rather than later. I don't feel a need to get into specifics. I'm much more interested in you. To know what it's like to work for Sylvester and Balthazar, if you don't mind sharing.
Well, the black-haired elf that spoke up about her name Karim, Nolden, says, well, some good-paying job. At least keeps us secure. You're thinking about working here long. I mean, I must say, if you're just taking a one-time job, then I must clearly want whatever services you offer. What is it that you offer, if you don't mind my petitioning?
Oh, I offer a variety of talents, but
I'll say.
Balthazar, I'm going to. Well, for
His buddy Aaron
Balthazar,
just kind of like his buddy Aaron's eyes go wide and he just kind of looks at his buddy, looks at Nolden like, okay, then looks at the cup in his hands like, all right.
For Balthazar, though, I'm going to be showcasing some of my less fun talents, I feel. Throwing fireballs, tripping up bad guys, that sort of thing. Not my usual hobbies, but, as you said, good pay.
Cheers to that. Well then, if it's fun and adventure that you want, please come back into port another day.
Consider it a date, good sir.
And he just takes a nice little sip of his drink, just admiring the view in front of him, I'll say. Karim suddenly bursts in and just says, like, please sign me up for that, too. I'll gladly come back. If it's fun and adventure, I am absolutely here. Did you know I could throw a shot put more than 3 times my height? It is a sight to behold. You need to see it. Have you thrown a shot put before?
No, but tell you what, Karim. Next time we meet, you're a little more sober. Let's see how far you can shot put me.
I will. Lady, you joke. I will. I could probably shot put someone off of a ship if I wanted to. Oh, excuse me. And just kind of gets out of the seat, and I want to say beelines for a back room, but it's more like zigzags and uses several different chairs and tables as different braces, going this way and that, until finally ending up in hopefully the right room in the back.
Oh dear Jesus.
We're going to cut back over to, while we're waiting, we're just going to cut back over to Kanara real quick, who's by this point reached the nice carpenter. This one's not a ship carpenter.
Test.
Sorry about that. Kanara is coming. Our good little gnome is probably passing by on the way of leaving the library, seeing Shahazar go into the carpenter. Yeah, this one is primarily a carpenter for ships, carts, other wooden goods, but they've also got some bows as well, and a large variety of crossbows.
So Shahazar actually loving wood carving, fun fact, is going to immediately be in awe and be like, and like she's gonna go and like admire the craftsmanship of maybe like one of the bows that's on the wall, and like just like run her fingers over it and just be like,
nice,
beautiful.
And suddenly from behind you hear, carved that one myself.
And she'll turn around and she'll be like, and she kind of blushes and she's like, it's very pretty.
He's actually carving a nice little wooden figurine right now. But he just kind of sets it down. The man that you're looking at he's got some very big, vibrant, bright blue eyes, some deep brown hair. You notice pointed ears, like an elf, but he's also got facial hair for some reason. Interestingly enough. A nice, well-trimmed brown beard. Doesn't go past his chin, but covers the lower end of his face.
Okay.
Carved that one myself. Only took me less than a week. You like wood cutting?
Yes, sir. I loved wood carving, and she'll pull her hammer off her back, and she'll show him the like intricately carved details on her own hammer, at least in like the bashing part of it, and kind of down the stem of it, and she'll be like, "I did this," and she like shows it to him.
He's like, oh, indeed. Now this, I love this. You ever considered doing carving wood for a trade? I could easily teach you some more of this. In fact, you ever heard of casting carpentry or casting carpenters?
No. I
Well, I'm sure you're familiar with spell scrolls,
magics.
right?
Yes. Don't really deal with magics. I'd prefer
No
hand-to-hand combat.
I see. He kind of like lightly touches one of your arms, like, I see. Wow, specimen. But imagine this: you've got imagine a spell scroll, but in wood, carved into the details. And actually pulls. He kind of lowers his sleeve, and you can see a little, just what looks like a bracelet made mostly of wood with a little leather line going through it all. And on it, there's a bunch of little designs on each one. And he just tears his own shirt right then and there, just on a sleeve, on a sleeve, not tears the chest open. We can rephrase that. He tears like a little...
Sorry, give us a second.
And then brought out his inner alpha. Anyway, back to what he actually did.
Oh my god.
Yeah, tears a little thing on his sleeve, and you see one of the little designs on that little knot on his bracelet just disappears back into the wood. You see what looks like a drawing in place of the carving, but instead the sleeve mends itself in place. He goes, pretty neat, ain't it? He just kind of looks and goes,
I've
saving
never
a lot of
seen wood so beautiful, and she gets like a little flustered.
He's
Give me a quick. See this 7 foot tall woman like flustered.
Give me an insight check, real quick.
Okay.
I didn't design it.
Oh, gee. Hold on, insight. I rolled a 7.
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
Why must you betray me now?
Well, so either way, you can definitely tell the man is being friendly with you, and he just says, "Well, I don't do this for just anybody." And he kind of takes off one of the little pieces of his bracelet and actually ties a little leather line to it, so it looks almost like a watch with a little wooden thing on it. Just 2 of them.
Mm-hmm.
He says, if you don't mind my asking, you look like you were heading down to the docks there. You plan on setting sail soon?
Yes, I was coming to get a long-range weapon, because most of mine is hand-to-hand or short distances. Because we're going to be on a ship for Balthazar to take down some pirates. If I remember correctly.
Oh, wow. You do notice that he doesn't seem to be... His eyes seem to be looking in the same direction, but you also notice that now he's turning full face to you. His left eye looks like it's been slashed at some point. It looks like it could possibly be blind, but he doesn't seem to have any problem seeing out of it.
Mm-hmm.
He goes,
okay.
Oh, you're chasing pirates. A pirate ship, right?
Yes, hence why I was looking at your bow, and she points back to the beautifully crafted bow that she admired when she came in.
Just kind of, yeah, he does actually open up the top of his shirt. It's one of those laced top shirts. He kind of does open that up just to expose right beneath the neck, and you can actually see a very bad slice, a scar. It's healed over. He goes, It's the Dawn that you're looking for, isn't it? The Great Soul. That ship? The pirates. Is that the one you're looking for?
I don't think he specified. I just know
Lila
he-
did. She did actually say it was
Oh,
the Great
okay.
Soul, or also
Okay.
called the Dawn. But
The
yeah.
Dawn. Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, did not write this down, as you can tell. And I
Fired.
was not paying probably as much attention as I should have. So yeah, she'll be like, "Oh yeah, that's it. Do you have something to say about it?"
Well, he shows you the scar, and he tells you a story of how, and he just says, I used to work for that shipping company. I just needed the money, and they promised me they could take me on a voyage here. Those pirates attacked, and I tried to fight back. Got a couple of them. Don't you worry about me. I can hold my own. But in order to get in order to rob them goods, I had to make a choice. It was either let a crewmate get killed, or let a piece of cargo get thrown off the ship. I don't have a job there anymore, so anyway,
I'm so sorry.
they ended up giving me this nice little parting gift before our ship made it into port. He just kind of does his shirt back up again. He hands you that bracelet that he did. He hands you this little bracelet with 2 little wooden knots on it. One of them carries the same symbol as mending on it. Another one looks a little bit different. He then goes back beyond his little workbench, but before he does that, he goes, "Here, take this. I'll be back in a moment." And he goes back behind the workbench, and he comes out with a couple of different bows on it.
Mm-hmm.
There's one little bow that's a short bow. He goes, "I don't think that this one would be very useful for yourself, but maybe this one might." And it's a long bow, and better yet, it's specialized. It's a slightly long. It's literally a long bow. It's his almost exact height.
Mm-hmm.
For someone like me, this long bow would be perfect for long distance. Would you be interested in it? I could carve something special into it. Make sure that you get back home safely. If you just promise me something.
Sure.
Stick it to them good. I want you to show them that little bracelet when you take pirates down. If you find them, I want you to show that to them and just say, "Your good just says, your good mate Gerald sends his last wishes."
Oh, I shall do so as I beat them with my hammer, if the bow does not do it first.
And he hands you the longbow.
Just hands it over?
Oh, I mean, do you want to ask about the price, or?
Yeah, so she'll look it over and admire the craftsmanship and be like, "This is lovely. I'd love to take it into battle. What do I owe you for it?"
Just kind of shakes his head. And says, "Well, I'd hate to be selfish here, but can you promise me something else? Take this into battle, sink them pirates, and if you come back, I'll teach you. Bring that bow with you. I'll teach you a couple of these tricks. I'll promise myself too."
Of course.
Oh, perfect. Give me one last insight check, just out of curiosity.
Come on, don't fail me now. I rolled a natural 1.
Fortunately, though, you may not be able to discern his insight. I mean, he's clearly distracted by the very beautiful design that he has clearly and most likely painstakingly carved into this bow. Probably not really noticing anything past his intentions. You do notice that he looks a little red underneath the eyes, though. And he just says, "Very well. Come back, and we can carve something together."
Yeah,
And he hands you a quiver of 20 arrows as well. So you now have a long bow and 20 arrows and a little wooden bracelet. One of which has the little cantrip mending on it.
So she knows what that one is. She'll be like, wait, what does the other bead do? And she'll point to the one that she doesn't know what it does.
Oh, right. He looks over at that one. And I should also mention there's a third one on there, but it's rounded. Looks more like a symbol. You don't sense any magic coming off of it. But yeah, the second one here. The second one is message. I mean, if you ever need to speak to somebody who's outside of your distance, or you ever want to talk to somebody who's a long ways away, this one lets you talk to them, lets you whisper to them. Only they can hear that whisper, and they can whisper something back to you. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, this little carving here should at least let you do that 4 times before it turns back into a drawing.
Gotcha.
So yeah, the cantrip is message. More specifically, it's one that has 4 uses attached to it. It allows you to whisper a secret message to somebody, what he essentially says. That person is up to 120 feet away. Only that person can hear the whisper that you send to them. They can then whisper a message back to you, and only you can hear that message.
So is the mending also 4 uses?
No, the mending is just 1 use, he says.
Okay.
Kind of like that bracelet that he saw on his arm.
Okay. Sorry, writing that down for my notes real quick. Okay, and she will be like, and she's blushing also. Because yee.
I will say that you do notice that he's trying very hard not to blush too hard, but yeah.
So she will be like, thank you, and I hope to bring back good news.
He then says something in Giant, in fact. He goes,
yes! I can speak that!
He actually says something in Giant. He just says, be safe, and kind of like a word that I assume means goodwill. Like wishing you well, basically.
Cool.
Just says, return safe. Kind of that kind of thing.
I will. Thank you. And she'll bow out of his shop. And kind of like once she's out of like vision, she'll do a little she'll look at the bow and then do a little like happy dance.
As you leave, you do hear somebody yell, what languages do you know by chance?
Common and Giant.
Okay, Common and Giant. All right. Yeah, you hear partly in some other language, but then from the back you hear somebody yell, probably to the guy that you just barely met, to Gerald. As you leave, he goes, you know she's not really going to come back for you, right?
Oh, no!
Moving back over to Malthera in the tavern.
Oh, she had to BRB.
Oh, right.
I'm back just in time to hear.
Just in time.
Ooh, just in time.
Get it.
Yep. Shahazar got herself a bow and possibly some training with how to work with mending, merging magic cantrips and other spells into wooden figures and whatnot. Similar to magic items made of metal, possibly. And, a person who will, with very skilled hands, who'd love to help her with that.
Also,
Love the specification of skilled hands.
Yes, a lot, and lots of blushing.
Double entendre.
Lots of blushing.
Oh gosh.
That oh gosh sounds like you didn't think of those implications until we said it, I think.
You talk about a guy who recorded The Duelist, by the way, by pure accident. I'll let you know. A video that wasn't meant to be what it became. But because it was improvised on the spot, a lot of the words just meant double meanings, and then I just had to look back and go, well, I guess that's what this video is going to be now.
I know how that goes, especially with drawing. Sometimes you're just drawing a pretty girl, and then suddenly it's like, huh, that sure is a pose she's in. This is turning into this now.
Yes.
Art, much like the story goes, no, this is what I want to be.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
Anyway,
man.
I think
Kingsley says
Kanara,
accident in the chat. I'm like, Kingsley, dang it.
I think Kanara will have made her way over to the tavern as well for a small drink because she's nervous about getting on the boat. She's not necessarily worried about seasickness, but she's more worried about just being calm, being out on the open sea, especially after what the gnome said. So she'll probably have worked her way into the tavern as well at this point.
I see.
As someone who's
Okay.
actually sailed, I'm just like, no, don't do that.
I am actually.
You should not drink before getting on a boat. It's a bad plan.
Oh, man.
I
I was actually going to check in and ask what Kanara and Myra are doing during this time.
Actually, Bird has grown up around lakes on all sides. I have no problem with sailing.
Perfect.
well, what is your character doing?
Character is going in for a drink.
Yes, that's what started this whole thing. What is Myra doing, though?
Myra finishes in the potion shop and leaves, and probably heads to the tavern as well to check on everybody because she figures that's at least where one of them will be.
Gee, I wonder which one.
I mean,
It's me.
I'll just say, since you didn't see which one she went into, let's give me a quick insight check.
Oh!
Which one did she go in?
Oh
There's
no!
more than one tavern.
There's more than one. Wait, how close together are they?
They're pretty close, like less than a block away.
Uh.
The two establishments are just technically, you could say, across the road from each other, even though there's a few other things in the way. But yeah, that distance apart.
Like, could you see one from the other, or is there's too much stuff
Yes.
in the way? Oh, all right.
Oh, you could definitely see.
She's gonna stand in the middle then.
All right then. So Myra's just kind of standing in the middle, looking at both of them.
Tries to find like a somewhat subtle place to maybe, like, I don't know if there's a post or something to lean against, and just like keep half an eye on each of them.
All right then. Yeah, you just sit back, probably sit into a corner where you can't really be seen all that much, except by a certain, just by a little gray cat that's like meow just next to you.
Oh. Actually, can I try to pet the cat?
Yeah, give me an animal handling check. It does
Tim,
look
you
like
wanna know
a
what's
it does look like a stray, but quite cleaned up. No signs of collars or markings or anything like that. Looks pretty clean. So potentially a stray.
That's only +2 is a 6.
What was the number?
6.
Okay, 6. You go to pet the cat, and it just kind of does one of those like paw slaps against your hands, like 3 times. Like, no, I do not wish to be pet right now, woman. And it just, but it doesn't run away. It just sits there. Just proudly sits there, and just that's it. Also looking at the tavern and people walking by, probably silently judging as well.
Coax me.
Okay,
Coax me, the cat says. Coax me.
No. Myra is just gonna vibe with the cat. We're just vibing.
Do you have? Do you also have like a what is it called? Do you have any food or something for the cat, or no?
I mean, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't. I have like rations. That's it. So no, I
Right.
don't think so.
Yeah, and I assume still like 10 days of rations, or just whatever. All right, so never mind then. Okay, back in the tavern, we have Malthira, where we last left off. We saw a couple of sailors from Balthazar's company just getting into port. 2 of them, 2 high elves, in fact, just talking back and forth. One of them seems to be also keeping up a bit with Malthira's subtle gestures and whatnot. And then there's Karim the dwarf, definitely enjoying the atmosphere as well. Just barely ran off to the back rooms. Anything else you'd like to say or no?
Oh, me? No.
Yeah. Since you're in the tavern, Malthira, what would you like to do next?
Oh.
Or say? Or Cassie?
I'm thinking.
Okay.
Althera's actually, now that she's gotten them, like, getting along with her, they've got a good rapport, she's just gonna casually drop the question of, is there anything I should be concerned about working for these men?
Concerned about. Well, Nolden kind of looks up at you and just goes, anything you'd be concerned about? He goes, well, they are just a company. And about, let's see, he says about Balthazar and about Sylvester themselves. There's nothing that I can think of, other than if you signed those waivers, well, you should know that they will have a very nice reward for you, or a very nice funeral. I'll be sure to go to whichever one.
Oof.
Thank you.
Iden
That
just sits
is
right next to
actually
him, sipping
very
his drink.
useful. Oh, so specifically the one who's, like, flirting back with her is the one who is like, oh, just, you know,
Yep.
or a nice funeral.
Yep. Says, well, it'll be
Great,
a
thanks.
nice reward
Thanks.
or a nice funeral. I'll go to. Oops. Can't wait to see which one it is. Don't. Do me a favor. Don't make it a funeral.
I'll do my best to return. Remember, we have a date.
Of course. He winks at you. Anything else you want to know about them, perhaps, or know from them? By the way, everybody, I do, speaking outside of the game, I do actually have some sound effects going. I don't know if anybody can hear those, but if they ever get too loud or anything like that, just tell me to turn it down. I will.
I can hear the music. It's been very nice. That's about all I can hear. Those music.
Like through the stream or?
Anytime Ycey talks.
Oh, okay. I think I have music playing for the stream, so that's all I'm hearing. But anyway.
Oh, gotcha. Never mind. Okay, let me just mute mine then, if that's the case. Here we go. Yep. So we're on push to talk, I'm guessing. Okay. All right. Anyway, so Malthera, was there anything that, or Cassie, was there anything Malthera wanted to know?
I think your mic was is cutting off a little early there, Cassie.
Yeah.
She probably doesn't have anything else to ask, because I don't think we want to push the whole or a very nice funeral thing. Because that'll ruin the vibe. Just vibing right now.
Can they see that she's clearly doing her thing? Just doing her Malthera things.
Mm-hmm.
She's
yeah,
Malthering
she's just
around.
hanging out. She's probably taken a seat with them by now, but that's about it.
All right, then. Yeah, you do notice that some of the things that they're wearing do kind of say a little bit about their responsibility on the ship as well. So it could give you a little bit of insight on what they would know about working for that company, be it the shipping company for Sylvester or Balthazar.
She'll probably ask a little more about what it's like then, but definitely, avoiding the, oh yeah, also you might die. That was brought up a bit ago.
Well, what you learn is that Knowlton was one of the security people, actually. So, again, a hand on deck, a sailor, seaman, but primarily focused on one of the battle stations. And he does also play some of the music in case they are just having a good time at night. One night, jollying around, eating and drinking, The other guy...
Jollying around?
For lack of a better term. Merrymaking, we'll call it that. Sorry, no Santa here, no jollying around, but merrymaking, we'll say. And the other guy worked mainly in repairs. Sales as well as the netting. So he's more like a weaver of sort. But yeah, a hand on deck as well. And you don't have Karim here, so she just kind of ran off to the back room. But if you want to do like a history check to remember if you saw anything on her, then I'd let you do that.
Go ahead and do that. Let me just go over to my character sheet.
All right. By the way, I know this is a little new to say this, but for anybody who's just
I think that's what we've discovered.
for anybody new in the chat who isn't familiar with how D&D works, whenever I say give me a blank check or this check or roll for this, they roll a 20-sided die, and there's a list of skills off to the side that shows a +1, 2, 3, or +0, or sometimes negative. Just shows what they're good at, what they're terrible at, or decent at. They add that number to the die, and I determine if it's a success or a fail, or how well they succeed or how well they fail, based on some numbers I have over here as well. So that's essentially a basic of D&D. What was the roll, Malthira?
Malthera.
Malthera.
And the reason I laughed is because it's a 7.
Oh, okay. So,
Malthera she has none brain cells.
she is very tired.
Nothing about it.
She is very taken by Mr. Nilden in front of her, it seems. They're clearly sporting a game right now. But yeah, she just had your standard markings to designate somebody who works for that company. But yeah, Nilden then tells you. He says, "What time is your ship leaving?"
I'm not sure.
It was within the hour.
It was within the hour.
He goes,
That's soon.
So you tell her the time. You tell him the time. He goes, "Oh, that's a bother. I'll see you when you get back then. Guess I'll just have to be here." He just takes his drink and is about to walk out. And not before going, he does just kind of leave a little mark of parchment on the table, though.
Is that his address or something?
No, it's not his address.
I got it.
Oh, wait, he doesn't leave that. He actually just gives you a little gesture, like a sort of humble bow. Takes you by the hand, kisses takes Malthira's hand, kisses on the top. And as he leaves, sleight of hand check for him. Yes, he leaves a little piece of paper in your hands.
Okay.
Oh,
I think she's going to elect not to read it right now. She's just going to stick it in her pocket and smile at him. In her boob.
Give me a strength check real quick. Not there, right? Give me I'll say a strength saving throw real quick.
Strength saving throw.
Yeah.
I have the one good roll I've had all day. I got a 17.
As you take the paper and probably just think for a second not to read it, your legs suddenly get tackled probably by accident, and it's Karim coming. Oh, where did I miss you? Where'd they go? Oh, they're out the door. Somebody help me get to the door real quick. She kind of sways and not really. I want to say a beeline, but it's more like the letter B. Just sways a few times and then finally goes in a straight line. A letter B line over to the actual door. Conks into the door frame a little bit before Aaron, the blonde one of the two, has to prop her up a little bit. It's like, what are we going to do with you? Just kind of walks on out. But yeah, you managed to brace up against her just well enough, almost making her fall to the ground as she rams into you.
At least she didn't try to throw you.
Now, we have.
Let me just get yoked by a dwarf. It's fine.
So we have Malthera in the tavern. We have Shahazar leaving the carpenter. Myra is outside of both the taverns, just kind of looking. Kanara, where are you at the moment?
Kanara is coming up the street on her way to the tavern, and she is going to see Myra and kind of wave hello and then walk over to her And the two of them, I guess, I don't know, Myra, we compare what we found at the stores we went to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Myra in particular is going to pull out the potion for the upset stomach and hold it out and just be like, I have a feeling that some of our friends are not experienced in sailing, so I thought I would get this as a backup just in case.
All right.
Yep, and I'm going to show my guidance scroll to say, in case something happens, we have this as a backup.
Okay.
Excellent.
And Shahazar, are you meeting up with them at the moment?
Well, that depends. Because Shahazar, once she's done, she would kind of head towards the dock.
Yeah. Well, you're technically already at the docks at the moment. I should say the carpenter, the shipwright, is right there by the harbor. So you can definitely see people like both fishing, bringing in ships, bringing in cargo vessels. And it's a pretty decent-sized port. But yeah, you're all technically already at the harbors. In front of you, up I'd say a couple blocks away, is the market square. And in front of the market square, you do see a couple of taverns, and that's where the girls would have been.
Oh, okay.
So you can't see them where you are right now. If you walk up towards the market square, you will definitely see them off to the left. Off to your left.
Shahazar would debate between just standing by the docks or standing where they're supposed to meet the ship or going back to find her friends. I think after a while, she'd be like, okay, maybe I need to tell Malthera about this, that I actually successfully did a thing. And so she's going to walk back
Malthera, I flirted with someone!
Well, I first failed, and then I successfully flirted. So, yeah, she would kind of go back to the, towards the shops and whatever to see maybe if she could either spot one of her friends coming out of a shop or maybe catch at least one of them, maybe see if she could glance in like a window and see one of them or, what have you. She can find one.
Nice. So yeah, she goes up and sure enough, she can see her friends off to the left. And I'm sorry, you said you were looking for what? I think my audio might have cut out a little bit. Not sure.
She would just be looking to see if she could find one of her friends.
Yeah.
So if she sees at least Kanara and Myra, then she would go up to them and then kind of look around and be like, where's Malthera?
Malthera's in the... Oh, wait. So yeah, you come up to the three of them and you say, where's Malthera?
Yeah, I would come up to them.
Myra points back and forth between the two taverns and says, most likely one of them. I'm just waiting to see which one she comes out of.
All right then.
Did anybody because I'm sure Myra would have seen the sailors come out as well as the very drunken person. So which one did they come out of?
Yeah, so they came out the moment the three of you unite. You've got Kanara, you've got Myra, and you've got Shahazar outside. And yeah, about a moment after you all recollect and show each other your things, sure enough, three sailors come out of the tavern on the left. The more probably middle class or more affordable of one of the two that most people visit. It's got a light in above it as well. But yeah, there's two high elves and a dwarf just kind of like propping the dwarf up a little bit, who's clearly fantastic feeling, and kind of guiding her down the steps one by one like she's an old lady crossing the street. They're playing Boy Scout renegade, like right foot, left foot, there we go. There's a slight group of steps up to the... it's kind of on elevated ground, just a little bit.
So...
But yeah, you do recognize the uniforms that they have on.
Yeah.
These insignias.
So Shahazar would be like, do you think maybe she went there? And Shahazar will point to where the sailors are coming out of.
Why don't you go check?
Okay. And she'll nod her head to the sailors as she walks by and then two-step it up the stairs because she's so freaking tall.
All right, and as you're you go up the steps, and as you're passing by the three of them, the black hair, there's two elves, one of them with black hair, one with them blonde. I'll just say about their names. And Nolden basically picks Karim up out of the way to let you pass, essentially. And as he picks her up, you just hear Karim go, "Wee!" And just sets her back down.
That'll cause Shahazar to chuckle a little bit as she walks by, and she's like, "Thank you."
And he just gestures to you like, no problem, just an acknowledgement that you were there. Karim, on the other hand, goes, "Her next! I wanted her to pick me up next!" And Arim just, the two of them kind of pull her down the stairs, like practically dragging her at this point. Okay, let's go.
No more trouble for you.
If they were adventurers, she's that player.
Yeah. Lovely. Shahazar would open the door and immediately start scanning the bar to see if she could find her fire genasi friend.
The bouncer in the background is the first person you notice as his head like quickly turns in your direction, and then he just kind of goes back to what he's doing. But yeah, sure enough, off to the left, very easy to find, the only glowing person in the room at the moment, your fire genasi friend, our dear Malthera, just kind of sitting there with a little piece of parchment in her hand.
Shahazar will immediately light up and kind of make her way first, like forgetting to like poke her head back out and tell Myra and Kanara that she found Malthera. She darts to Malthera and be like, and then she gets a little bit nervous. She's like, so I tried something that I've seen you do to get me a thing at the and she's like trying to explain that she tried to like bat her eyelashes at the armor smith to try and get a lower price on a weapon, and then she failed because she noticed. She's like, well, I did notice that he's married, and I felt really foolish. But then I met this wood carver, and oh my god, he was very nice. Then she just starts gushing, and a very kind of deep blush comes to her cheek because she's like, and then he gave me this bracelet, and it's got magic in it, and it's wood carved, and she's just really excited. She's adorably comical. It's like, for this 7-foot-tall woman, it is so hilarious.
Sounds like me the first time I flirted with somebody. They flirted back.
She's really awkward. I'm so sorry, guys.
We love her.
Like,
She explains all this to Malthera, and then she's like, "Did I make you proud?" And she kind of like sits there and like, Please tell me, yes.
All I am picturing right now is a scene from The Nanny of Fran going, "Let me get the camera."
So Malthera is so proud that she doesn't just say it. She stands up and reaches up as best she can to pat Shahazar on the shoulder and say,
Shahazar has like ducked down to be to Malthera's level because she knows she's
okay,
gigantic.
But yeah, she's gonna pat Shahazar's shoulder and be like, "Good job, you're learning."
I just have to kill things with my hammer and see for Gerald, and then come back and he'll teach me wood carving with magic. And she's just really excited that she gets to learn a new wood carving skill because this is her entire like essence right here. So she's very excited.
I'm very proud of you, Shahazar. I'm very proud.
Oh, and then she'll remember and be like, "Oh yes, Myra and Kanara are outside. Let me go tell them you're here." And she'll stand up and like she's walking, but because she's long strides, she like is out the door in like 2 steps. She'll call down and be like, "I found her."
Kanara will wave and kind of quickly walk that way.
Lovely.
Myra goes along with that as well.
I did see a great number of people entering the chat all of a sudden, just to keep people up to speed already. The 4 here have accepted a job at the moment. They're in the nation of Aldur. Some of these people are actually familiar with this place. Of DM'd for a few of them. So they're actually in Aldur, right next to Astoria, where some of these campaigns have taken place. Anyway, They're being hired by a Mr. Balthazar Gillian and his partner Sylvester, nicknamed the Kingpin, to go track down a group of pirates that are constantly raising their ships, their imported goods, for Balthazar's Emporium of Wondrous Goods. Anyway, they've accepted the charge and are going to get a nice little handsome reward. They're just going around the city getting prepared. A little bit of flirtation going on from some of them, a bit of flirtation reciprocation, and some interesting roles here and there. In other words, we're going to have a great time. As you both come out into the main square, you see a very familiar-looking high elf woman. Sure enough, name is Lila. It's the same receptionist from before. I don't know if I described her to you all, just to show how you recognized her. But anyway, yeah, she's about 5 feet tall at best. Not a very particularly tall person, but yeah, about 5 feet tall. Platinum blonde hair, so very, very light. Doesn't look like she has hardly any color in her eyes. You can only just describe them as, say, silver, but they're very welcoming, so not very threatening, if that paints any picture. Anyway, so you see this elegant little high elf woman walking out into the main square, and she signals over to the four of you and says, dearies, the ship is leaving. It's on its way. Please, could you come here with us? I don't know why she suddenly became semi-British Americanized.
I was about to say, I'm suddenly hearing Rumpelstiltskin.
Come this way, dearie.
Oh my god! Wow!
She then dropped the minor illusion.
Anyway.
She dropped the minor illusion and says, I'm so sorry, my casting call. Yes, your ship is on its way. You should probably go to the docks now.
Okay. Shall we make our way then, ladies?
We shall.
Ready.
Right. So, no, all right now. You get onto the ship, and here we go. This ship right here, I don't know if I already told you the name, but it doesn't look very huge. It's what they would call a cog, so meant for more coastal sailing. It can do some mildly, it can also go deep sea. But anyway, it's outfitted with yourselves, the four of you. The only other sailors on board are one person up in the crow's nest, a person steering, and then two other personnel. One of which looks like a cook, but also has some medical equipment with them. The other one is completely medical as well, possibly doubling their shifts. So yes, that is the four crew that you got with you. And then just yourselves. They hand you the uniforms. They ask you to, when you get aboard, one of the gents actually comes up to you and just says, hey, I don't know if they told you ahead of time, but we need you to actually hide your weapons. We need to make ourselves look as non-threatening as possible. So that's actually why we're giving you this. I guess you must be the one that this is for. He pulls out this it looks like a drape, really, more like a curtain. Thank goodness thou mother does not know if you weareth them. Anyway, Shahrazar can put on her drapes of a uniform. He actually hands one to Myra. They incidentally made this one of a slightly different material, trying to make it fireproof, thinking you'd set it on fire by wearing it. But yeah, covers you up mostly. And they gave one that was more clearly meant for a dwarf. It's very thick, very well-rounded. It's like putting a tablecloth over Kanara. And finally, they hand one to Myra.
So Shahrazar will awkwardly be like, because she's not one for trying to work with drapery and dress, quote unquote. So she'll try her best and then look to Malthera and be like, am I good?
Yes.
Yeah.
Kanara's going to fiddle with her outfit, trying to figure out how to make it so she can at least walk without tripping and can move her arms. And I think she'll finally figure it out, but it's going to make her look much plumper than she really is. She is suddenly going to have this big thing belted up like 2 or 3 times, and it's going to make her look darn near pregnant, I think.
Yeah, these cloaks that you got on, they're not quite like the actual shirts, like those kind of puffy pirate shirts that you see people have. The rest of the crew seems to be wearing those kind of shirts. Yours look more like drapes that you put over your actual armor and clothing. If there's anything sticking through your armor, like a great axe or a spear, something you can't really hide under the ropes, they might ask you to hide it close by in like some cargo somewhere. And at best, make sure not to look as threatening as can be. In fact, they actually look over at you. You actually notice that a couple of them are talking off to the side, and one of them comes over, the person who was at the helm, at the ship's steer, who's the captain of the ship, says, I was talking with my first mate just barely, and we feel that it might be best, in order to make ourselves seem more appeasing as a target. You, talking to Shahzar, we fear that you might need to hide below deck, just briefly. Just to make ourselves a bit less intimidating.
I mean, I could just sit on the deck and make myself like she's trying not to because she wants to be in the action. She's like, I can.
No problem. You can
sit and
you can come out when the pirates actually come. But in order for them to actually decide to attack in the first place, we feel it'd be best if you hid below deck for now. On the bright side, you won't have to hide your weapons. You can keep them on with you at all times.
And so she'll think about it, and she'll be like, she'll look at each Malthera, Myra, and Kanara and be like, when you need me, shout hammer time. And then she'll nod and go down below deck.
All right then. And the person who's coming down from the crow's nest, who was with the captain, is about ready to go up into the crow's nest. Goes, any questions before we go?
What exactly? Kanara's going to kind of wave her hand and look sort of around at the deck, going, "What exactly do you want us to do?"
Oh, yeah. He hands you kind of a list of assignments. Most of them are things like, be ready on this command to open the sails, close the sails. Things like, at certain times of the day, scrubbing the deck down as salt water and things build up, just kind of keeping it nice and clean. I'll just hand you a list of chores to do and commands to keep watch for. Is there
anything on there that involves me? Just for future reference, is there anything on there that involves Kanara having to climb the rigging?
At best, possible either mending a sail that's been torn, or perhaps opening up a sail, or closing them. So yeah, way up above. Or perhaps if you want to be a lookout, I mean, how's your perception?
My perception is 15.
Okay. This guy's got quite a bit better, but he does say if you want to stand by the captain, he kind of teaches you a few signs, just to say, this means rocks, this means monster, this means blank, and then he just says this is the starboard side, this is the left, this is the front and bow, just signals to mean front, back, where this is all located, that kind of stuff. It's basically just 4 signals. That's about it. The direction as one signal, and then the type of thing that they're looking at. It says, just in case you can't hear me.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. All right, and then you set sail.
By the way,
fabulous.
Yes.
Stern. By the way, front is stern, bow is back.
Oh yeah. Forever. So right to starboard, port is left.
Sorry.
Yeah, and exactly what she said. My apologies, everybody. I mean, for the sake of this, I'll just say the word for immersion's sake, and then just say what direction he's actually talking about.
Hey.
That works.
Ugly.
Mm-hmm.
Right then. I am glad that you know as well. So, go ahead and.
I apologize if I get. I'm such a major, so I apologize if I speak out of turn.
Oh, please. I did not get a single bad vibe from you at all. Anybody else?
Aw.
That's what I thought.
No.
Chat, let's drop some thumbs up for this girl and wanting to spread the information around. Right then. And so go ahead and give me Constitution saving throws real quick. All four
All
of
of
you.
us?
Yeah,
Okay.
all four.
I had a feeling this was coming.
Kanara, you've been on ships several times, though, right? Your backstory.
Right.
So
Yeah, my Constitution
you
is a
don't
12.
give me one. So Kanara, don't do one.
I feel
Malthera, Myra, and Shahazar, go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw.
I feel like Myra has probably taken some voyages as well.
Okay. I'm still actually going to say just for this one, but
Okay.
Probably, yeah, just the seas are starting to get a little bit more rough right now.
Okay.
That's a 5
Alright.
for Shahazar.
So Malthera actually got a 16 plus 4, so she got a total of 20.
Oh.
Dirty
Nice.
20.
And Myra?
Oh, 6.
Another 6.
Yep.
Okay.
You sure you don't want me to roll? I feel it's like unfair to the other three.
No. Listen,
Hey, Kanara, I will just have you go ahead and just roll if you want to,
Okay.
but I'll have you roll on advantage.
It's an 18 plus my plus 1 Constitution.
I don't think you're gonna do better than that.
Unless
She
you
could
roll
go
a
for the
natural
nat 20.
20.
Unless
Nope.
I can go for that nat 20.
By the way, they are dropping thumbs up for you in the comments, so yeah.
Guys, look at that.
You guys are the best. Thank you, viewers.
Aw, thanks everyone.
Lana, Rabora, Camilla, Angel. Yeah.
Aw. Blushing right now.
Man.
Aw.
Lana
Alright.
says, pray to the dice gods.
I
dice
saged.
gods seem
Well,
to
okay,
love
I
me.
sort of saged.
I don't know,
dice.
Carmilla. Sometimes
I was
Carmilla's
going to say, Kim, did you get more sage?
I have plenty of sage. I keep forgetting to actually burn it before the stream, but I did like wave a leaf over it in hopes that it would help. Clearly, it has not.
No.
Yeah. Carmilla's like, why do they keep either getting 6s or 12s every time? Like, we don't even know. That's
Nope.
just the luck of the dice
Gods
right
were
there.
like, here, have this. And then we're like, thanks.
Let's hope during
Throw-
combat it really
Throw
Really
me
kicks
a
in.
bone here, dice god. Seriously.
Come on.
So then, all right. So the seas have started to get a little rough. The port at this point is starting to disappear. It's a good distance away. Up ahead, let's see, Kanara, your passive perception,
Yeah.
actually does see what looks like a bit of a pebble in the middle of the sea, just miles away.
Mm.
And if you guys remember, just to remind you, this is what they call, well, Stone's Reach. This is one of those little stones that this is one of those little markers that sailors use for navigating around the place. So they're heading straight towards this place. It's also one of the spots that frequently gets raided by these pirates. It's been about the 4th incident. And so now, or rather they're hoping that this will be the 4th incident. So, as you guys are going up, the seas are getting rough. And, Malthera seems to be very, probably in thought about the new contact that she just made back on the port. Just probably thinking to herself, this isn't the first time. I mean, should I read the note anyway? It's probably just another, random poem. Or maybe, and then as she's thinking about that, quickly Shahazar throws herself at the edge and just...
Up
Over
from
the
below
edge.
the deck, she pops up and over the edge.
Oh, yeah.
And then right next to her, suddenly, her Myra, running from the opposite deck, hood practically flying off from the wind, just... I'm ready to die. Yeah.
Great. It's great.
Kanara, on the other hand, is just enjoying the sound of the seagulls. Nice ocean breeze hitting her face. And
Yeah.
then
And so would I.
you got a bit of time while they're sailing around. Is there anything you want to do during this time? Be it prepare spells, probably take a sip of something to help your stomach, or anything during this time?
Sure, I'll
Prepare
take
spells, prepare actions.
I'll take a sip of the stomach settling potion.
Alrighty. So yeah, Myra's taking it. It's got 4 uses currently. The little stomach sipping potion. Anybody else want to take it?
No, Malthera is actually just gonna ensure that as soon as pirates show up, she's ready to throw some fireballs at them.
All right then.
What? What was that?
I love the seagull noise. This is beautiful.
And here I was thinking pirates actually showed up to her home. I'm like, what's the initiative?
No, guys.
Oh, did you hit 3K? Congratulations.
Hey, congratulations.
Oh. Just give you're good. I did say I poked at people in chat and was like, "Hey, new friends, go sub to." I mean, they're pretty much subbing to everybody, but I'm like, Bird is really close to 3K. So.
Congratulations, Bird.
Thank you. Oh my god.
Aw.
Yay! Celebrate good times, everybody.
As we
Come on.
as we have a moment,
in the universe, though, we will call that a seagull sound. Although more realistically, it should have gone mine. There
you go.
That is how seagulls be.
That is how a seagull do.
Just to check in, did you guys need a break for a moment before the adventure continues?
Actually, the cats are chirping at me. They seem to think they're starving, so I'm going to go feed them.
Okay.
All right.
Let's
have a quick short rest in real life.
Okay.
Back in a minute.
Back in a minute, everybody. Let me see if I can mute the correct things here.
No problem. I will be back in just a minute as well. Going to get some water from my throat.
Okay.
It's good for you, yes.
Muted the wrong thing. Here we go.
It's not undeafened yet, so now we can be heard.
There you
There
go.
we
Now,
go.
Yay!
now you're back. Sorry, it's the only way that I can get that to
Back.
work, because, like, if I... Anyway. But we're back.
Yay!
We're back.
Onward.
Woo!
All
Onward and
right, let's ready this show.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's get the ship on the road.
Okay.
Puns.
Ships don't belong on the road, though. Don't put the ship on the road.
That's the thing.
Okay then.
And really, why do they call the paths ships take lanes?
That's not exclusive to roads. Anyway, off
I
track.
I don't know.
Just go. Just go.
I'm a shut up, being a nerd, shutting up.
No problem. I'm just gathering the notes real quick, just so that we go.
Oh,
just so that I'm 100% ready. Okay, here we go.
Ycey, did you invite your camera?
I did not, so
Well.
it looks like I didn't have that option. But
Oh.
thankfully, I can.
I
I
thought
mean, I don't have
Kim
these.
sent
sent a link.
Yeah, I sent an invite link in the chat. If you
shoot, I just-
scroll up a little bit.
Okay. Unfortunately, now I don't even have the map anymore. Okay.
Down.
That's all right.
Oh no!
Lovely.
Okay. Next time, if there's a, assuming there's a next time, I'll make sure to get that map pulled up then.
Sweet.
But thankfully, I do have the notes right here, and I will just
Where are
ask
the
right now,
notes?
where on the ship are you guys at the moment? So there's
Uh,
currently, to give you a little picture, there's the way you access below deck is there's a little entrance from the back of the ship. There's stairs on the right and left of the back of the ship that lead up to the little steering wheel, we'll call it. And beneath that, you've got a set of stairs that go down into the below deck, but a door behind it that also goes into what you can assume is the captain's quarters in the back. In front of the ship is nothing, just a nice flat area, and there are 3 sails: one in front, one in middle, and one in the back, almost right on top of those set of stairs.
Okay. Since we do have new people, do we want to show whose dice cam is whose?
Oh, real quick, one more time. I'll go first.
Yeah.
So
Since
I
we've
was
had
actually just
new
about to-
people.
Yeah, I was about
so-
to type it, so.
I'm here. That's me rolling the dice right there. And I was typing out the rules. Anyway.
Okay. I'm right here. This is me spinning and stirring my purplish dice. So there you go. That's me.
And this is my dice cam. I threw my blue dice into my purple dice tray. Hello.
Nice. You throw your blue dice into your purple dice, and you call that thing beautiful.
Yeah. Cool.
Right then. And yes, for the new people, Kanara is a gnome, Malthera is a Ganassi, as it's called. So like a person who's made of fire, a fire Ganassi, although she doesn't burn everything that she touches. And you got Myra,
She's
human
just
ranger.
pleasantly warm if you touch her.
She's got a slight glow that's oddly contagious. And we got Shahazar, who is a Goliath. So somebody who's, as the name would
Goliath
imply,
barbarian.
yes, very tall. Right then. Now, if I had some music, I'd play it right now, but...
music is playing.
Okay, exactly. We do already have some music playing.
Yes.
Right then. So, it's you've been on the sea for quite a bit of time now. It's actually starting to get a little more pleasant. Some of you who have needed it have taken the... I know that Myra swallowed some of the stomach stuff, or that... what do you call it? The medicine to help with her stomach. Shahazar.
The
I
D&D
don't recall
Dramamine.
I don't recall hearing you say what you did.
Thank you, Jesse. I was about to
Dramamine.
say them. I was about to try and come up with something Dramamine. Thank you.
Oh my god, I love it. I love it.
The D and Dramamine, it's fine.
Goodness gracious. Yes, Shahazar would, I guess, empty the contents of her stomach over the side of the ship, and then once she had calmed down and did not feel as bad, she'd be like, I'm gonna go back to hiding, and hopefully I shouldn't have to come back until y'all tell me it's time for me.
Okay,
So she's gonna saunter back down into the hold of the ship so they can still look unassuming.
Okay. So you've been on the ship for a little bit of time. Shahazar, give me one last Constitution saving throw, real quick.
Shoot, firecracker. Toss
Bird!
your dice, not your cookie. Oh my god. Can I also toss a coin to my witcher?
No, but you can toss your dinner to your pitcher.
Oh no.
No, I'll toss my heart to the wood carver. It's fine. Anyway, that Constitution saving throw is a solid 6.
Oh dear.
Well, you told us that you'd go back down below deck, and then just as you get to the
No.
door, you quickly run right over to the edge and just. Whoa.
It's
Oh,
not so
boy.
much the sight or the smell, it's the sound.
Seas have definitely gotten a little bit more rough. And, yeah, I assume at this point she now has to crawl back to her, back to
She's
space.
right now about to just lay on the ship and play dead.
Myra is gonna go up to her and, like, thrust the bottle in front of her and be like, will you just take this?
And Shahazar will, like, look... Like, she's... Because after she's, like, dry heaved over the side, she's just laying on the, like, deck of the ship now. She's just hurting, and she's like, make it stop. And so she'll, like, turn her head to where she's, like, glancing up at, Myra and be like, okay, fine. And so she'll, like, prop herself up enough to where, can't read chat.
Stop looking at chat for a minute.
Prop herself up for a minute to take a swig of the potion to alleviate, and hopefully so she doesn't lose any more of whatever's in her stomach, and hand the vial back to Myra and be like, thank you. Before she, like, lays her head back down on the deck and she'll just, like, just cover me in a tarp. I am not moving.
Oh, man. Well, thankfully you did drink the bottle that she gave you, right?
Yes, she did drink it.
Okay.
She took a sip so she could, like, use one of the uses.
Yeah, so there's 2 uses left, I imagine.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So at this point, Myra, I almost forgot. Go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw as well, but this time on advantage, now that you've taken the stuff.
Okay, well, we'll 2 at once then. Oh, wait, hold on. I always have to have the sheet in front of me, otherwise I forget everything. Okay, there
Girl
we go.
same.
Good thing that was with advantage. Alright, 15 plus 1 is 16.
Okay. So, thankfully, you do not puke rainbows over the side of the ship. You've managed to hold your. You've managed to hold the day's contents down pretty well now.
I see. I have to tell you something funny. It's so funny that you just said that because, like, the unofficial motto of my server is that you will be aggressively loved until you vomit rainbows.
In that case, I am so glad I made that reference. Accidentally.
That was completely on purpose, everyone. Completely on purpose. Anyway.
So as you're
Totally
sailing
and
along,
entirely on.
as you're sailing along the ship, you hear somebody mention puke rainbows, and suddenly you just hear a handful of girls laughing off in the distance. But you feel quite loved in the process. Anyway, meanwhile, you see up in the crow's nest. Hey, just give me a quick perception check, everybody.
Okay.
Perception check.
Yep.
Now you want to roll good? Why?
I mean, it seems like a good time to do it.
Okay.
I mean, how would you like our
Mulberry's
results?
not even sure if she's real right now. I crit failed.
Oh no!
Actually, yeah, I need to say, Shahazar, you actually need to roll on disadvantage right now.
Oh, I do? Okay.
But
Hold, please.
thankfully, you're still below deck, right?
No, she's laying on the deck. She didn't go back down. She's like, just cover me in a tarp. I'm not going
All right.
anywhere.
Yeah,
She took a sip and then she's like, I just give up going below deck. Like, I can't even. I'm like, she's figured like maybe just being below deck just made her more seasick. So she's like, I'm gonna stay up here like I wanted to. I'm just gonna lay on the deck and y'all just hide me. So
There
do
we
you
go.
still want me to roll with disadvantage? I'll roll another d20.
If you think that she's looking around or listening to her surroundings,
she's-
anything like that,
She's listening because she's just there. She's just
Yeah,
like
go ahead and
vibing
just-
'cause she's.
go
Okay.
ahead and just roll on disadvantage.
All right, so I'll hold
Yeah.
that one there. That one was
You-
so good. Please don't fail me.
Yeah, you roll twice and then pick. So for the chat, if anybody's new, rolling on disadvantage means you roll twice your 20-sided die and you pick the lower of the two numbers. So
As much as I wanted that 21, I rolled an 11.
okay,
All
you
right.
hear a lot of seagulls, and you hear some.
So
Yeah, Shahazar hears a lot of seagulls. Oh yeah, what did everybody else get for your perception checks?
I got
crit failed.
a 16.
I have a 10.
All right. And Myra?
Oh, sorry, I thought you heard me. 16.
Oh, Myra got the 16. And
Yes.
who got the 10?
Kanara.
Mine. Kanara. Okay,
I got the 10. Kanara got 10.
excellent. Yeah. Well, you can definitely see a ship way off in the distance. Remind me one more time. Myra got the 16, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Myra, you definitely hear some commotion among the other sailors, but off in the distance, you can, without any hesitation or without any doubt about it, as you're getting close to, what was it called? The Stone's Throw. As you're getting close to it, a ship is coming around from outside of that, or from behind that stone, that large island. And it has got some deep red sails with what looks like an animal's skull, mouth wide open on one of the sails. You also notice very closely that somebody has got their scope out, and he yells, you all hear this, yeah? The captain says, It's the Dawn. The Dawn is heading straight for your ship now. He says, I'm going to bring her about as if we're trying to go in the opposite direction. This will stall us. They'll be catching up to us soon. Get to your positions. So what he's going to do is, as he's whirling the ship around, it'll put you guys in a very vulnerable position briefly. He's trying to butter you guys up, basically. At this point, you also notice that the four sailors who are very much unarmed are kind of getting below deck, minus the guy in the crow's nest, and of course the person on the steering wheel. And as they're doing that, from the looks of it, Myra can see, as she was observing the ship from before, the ship is going to come around on the, I'll say the left side for the chat, but yeah, on the port side of the ship. Knowing pirates, they'll probably grapple hook it or try to swing on somehow. If it's a boarding party, where would you guys like to be standing at the moment? Front of the ship, middle, below deck until you needed?
Since Shahazar's laying on the deck.
Yeah, Myra is going to immediately start shaking Shahazar and be like, get up, we need you.
Claire's already
and
on the deck, and she's
Yes.
just sort of
I'm just
preparing
sprawled out
her
on the
wrist
deck.
to throw firebolts.
I think Kanara is probably going to head towards the bow of the ship. Not like straight to the bow. She's going to be in that direction because, it's likely to be where she can do the most amount to the ship. Because as small as she is, she's not likely to be very good in one-on-one combat.
Myra is going to look where everybody else has ended up and try to make sure that all four of us are basically spread along the port side of the ship and ready her short bow. Wait, do I have a long
Alrighty.
bow? Hold on. No, I only have a short bow. Okay.
Okay.
So Shahazar's gonna, from where she's laying, she's gonna sit up. So she's at least still kind of average height. She's not gonna reveal her true height until they get closer.
Okay.
To give that kind of element of surprise a little bit, because I wanted to at least keep that. But she's gonna sit up and then kind of pull her hammer and just sit there and just kind of watch and wait to see maybe if she can smack somebody, because she's ready.
Okay.
She's strong.
And no problem. I don't know if it was my internet connection, but the audio did blip in and out just once or twice, but just make sure I understand everybody. Shahazar, you're in the middle section of the ship. Kanara, you're on the upper end in the back toward the left, or
I'm towards the front, towards the bow.
Okay. towards the bow. And are you closer to where the ship is going to come side to side with the pirate vessel, or further away?
Probably, yeah.
Closer.
Probably not quite to that edge, but probably somewhere kind of in the middle, but facing that way.
Okay, then. And Malthera, one more time.
Malthera is on the deck, and she's just sort of doing circles with her wrist to prepare for throwing all the firebolts she's going to have to throw once combat starts.
I think that means with the space left that Myra is going to head towards the stern.
Okay. And again, closest to the ship when it comes parallel, right?
No, opposite end as
Oh,
Kanara.
opposite end. Okay,
Yep.
excellent.
Back of the ship.
All right, then. So this ship is really gaining speed. It's got some nice triangular sails on it that are just slicing through the wind, and it is almost jumping up on the sails. It's slightly smaller than the ship you've got, but it's probably just meant to be like a ship that intercepts others. So, sure enough.
DM, I have a question.
Yes.
Does our ship have any weapons? Like
It
cannons?
doesn't. You look around, and there are no weapons on this ship.
We are the only defense.
Okay.
Yep. They wanted you guys to look as vulnerable as possible. A nice, good piece of bait, basically.
All right.
And yep.
Bad.
Oh, yeah. So as the ship is coming up, for those of you who have ranged weapons, you're about within range now, maximum range, so beyond the guaranteed hit. If you want to take a couple of shots, you can. You can attempt at this point.
Is that anyone except me?
Well,
Malthera has her firebolts, which are long distance.
Yes.
And Shahazar's got a longbow, I think is what she grabbed from.
Right.
What's
And
his
20
name?
arrows. Yep.
And 20 arrows.
Gerald.
Yeah, from Gerald. Yes, her lover, Gerald. I'm already going to call him her lover. It's fine.
She did the flirt.
Yes, I'm going to go ahead and add that.
She
to my
did one
list.
whole flirt, and now they're lovers.
That's exactly what
Next
happened.
time she sees Gerald,
like
she's
most
going to have
young
a cake and be
relationships.
like,
She'll be like, "Hello, sir. Nice to meet you again." I'm making sure that so it's just a regular longbow. Okay, cool. We're gonna add that to my items. I'll
I
equip that
don't
real
really
quick.
have any long range. I have daggers, which have a range of about 20, but not really.
Well,
Okay, cool.
you're about
Yeah,
to get...
I got lots of spells, though.
Nice. Well, the ship is now in range. When I say in range, I mean it's about feet-wise for the gameplay purposes. I'll say that the ship is now about, I'd say, 120 feet away. It's closing in pretty quick.
That is
Lovely.
out of my
the
range,
range.
I believe.
The range of the
Not
longbow,
out
by
of
the way, is
mine.
150 minimum.
It's
So-
not out of my range either for a couple of my spells.
So, Shahazar is gonna take the longbow and she'll be like, she thinks a minute, kisses it, and then draws an arrow to fire.
All right. You do see on the deck, there's quite a few targets moving around.
Oh, she's gonna take aim at just whatever she can hit.
All right. We'll say that you're aiming at one probably on the middle deck, I imagine, or up on the
Yeah.
front, most visible.
Yeah.
All right.
Most visible
Go ahead and
is
shoot.
that.
And while she's
15.
doing that, does anybody want to make a quick perception check for me? Just
I'll-
one person.
Wait, maybe that shouldn't be me. My-
Okay.
I'll do it.
Okay.
I'll do a perception check.
While she's shooting the bow, and then I'll have Shahazar
Oh,
roll to
geez.
attack real quick.
My perception didn't go well this time. It is a 3 with my perception plus 5. It's an 8.
All right. It is really hard to see people on the ship, but there's quite a few unsavory looking characters on this ship moving around left and right, almost mechanically, some of them in certain ways. But yeah. And Shahazar, what is your attack roll?
Does 19 hit?
All right. You aim the bow, and as you, like you said, you kiss the bow shot, and from the very front of the ship, you notice that somebody who is actually aiming a bolt back at you guys gets nailed right in the chest with that bow. Go ahead and roll for attack.
You mean damage?
Or go ahead and roll for damage, and that's a
Lovely.
1d8 for the longbow.
Why? It's a 3 for total damage because I rolled a 1 on the stupid dice.
So it nails him right. You think it nails him right in the chest. Nails him right, probably in between the shoulder and the chest. It's pretty bad shot, as in pretty deadly right now, but it's not enough to really down them. You guys, on the other hand, suddenly see a flurry of bolts fly by. And what is your AC, by the way, each of you?
AC.
12.
Go down the line.
Oh, sorry. Down the line.
4 bolts shoot at you.
Mine is a 12.
Cassie.
Actually, they're not aiming at everybody. They're not aiming at everybody. I also just realized.
Well, that way you can
Malthera,
know for sure.
Malthera, what is your AC?
13.
All right, Shahazar?
12.
Okay. And Myra?
12.
Okay. A few bolts come by. A lot of them whiz right past you. One bolt hits all three of you, each of you, I should say. One bolt hits each of you. And the last couple of sailors are just running below deck like, oh, yours! Like into the pit. And just as those bolts are unleashed, as much as the damage that they did, each of you takes 6 hit points of piercing damage.
Okay.
All right, not all 4 of you, just Malthera, Myra, and Shahazar. Those were in range. Kanara was a little hard to hit, apparently, and she was on the opposite side, so they did not get to take a shot at her. And just as those bolts are released, the ships run next to each other, and grapples come over the side. Immediately, the first pirates that land, almost swinging in, are 4 very unusually dressed pirates, but they all seem to be very much working in unison. From what you can see, leather armor and masks. Not like face masks, more like those kabuki masks, white porcelain masks. Interestingly enough, white ceramic masks, I should say, not porcelain. All of them with a couple of different weapons, mostly scimitars and. But yes. Let's see, front of the ship.
We don't get a chance to try and cut the ropes before they get there.
Or
no,
knock
the ropes
off
are on
the
their
grapples?
side. Oh yeah, the grapples.
Yeah.
I should probably have mentioned this a little bit better. The grapples were thrown, just as the ships are still not running together. The grapples are attached and the ships are closing in, but as the ships are kind of like coming together, that's when these 4 come over onto the other side. And so there are 4.
I was thinking,
almost
maybe use my
almost like
hammer to
guarding.
knock off the grapples.
You can try.
Like unhooks.
Yeah, you can try. But 2 are right in front of you, Shahazar, I should mention. And 1 landed on the opposite side of Kanara, so a little bit, about 15 feet away from her. Okay. And then 1 also landed in between, a good distance between Malthera and Myra.
Okay.
All right, roll for initiative.
Yes!
Okay.
Okay, come
roll
on,
for
dice.
Initiative's just a d20, right?
Yep.
D20 plus.
You add your dexterity card to
dex.
I got an 18.
And
wait, hang on.
who got the 18? Wasn't looking.
Yep.
Do you want us in order?
Kanara has 18.
Okay, Kanara has 18. Nice.
Malthera has 14.
There we go. And what does Shahazar and Myra have? What do?
15 for Shahazar.
Excellent.
And
then
a dirty 20 for Myra.
Yeah.
There we go. And okay, while we're doing this, all right. So the order of combat is going to be Myra going first, Kanara afterward, then Malthera, then Shahazar, and then finally the pirates are going to go. The 4 that landed. Make your attacks.
So me first.
Hold, please. One more time that thing.
The order.
Yes.
Yeah, the order is going to be Myra, Kanara. I'll say them as they go. Don't worry. But yeah, Myra, Kanara, Malthera, Shahazar, and then the pirates. They rolled a 13.
Sweet.
For those that need it, I'm gonna put it in the
Oh, that's nice of you.
Oh, there you
chat.
go.
I'll go ahead and do that as well.
There we go. It's in our stream chat.
Oh, okay.
That way, because I know I normally like to keep up with like where we are in battle.
Okay.
Excellent. So, Myra, what is your first attack?
So let's see. How close am I to the pirates?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so there's one in between you and Malthera. It's about, I'd say within, I'll say within 10 feet, so you could probably move an extra 5 feet closer, both of you. So it landed right in between both of you. There's two within 5 feet of Shahrazar right now. Well, one of them's, yeah, two within 5 feet, and then one of them about 15 feet away from Kanara.
All right. As she already has it out, she's gonna take a shot with her short bow.
All right. So go ahead and shoot with the short bow then. Roll to attack. That's the D20.
Thank
And then
you.
add your proficiency bonus, which is the +2, I believe. You are proficient with short bows, correct? Is your character?
Where do I see that?
I think that would be simple weapons, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah, for some reason they count short bows as a simple weapon. So yeah.
Okay, so next one it says a +3. So is that one
Okay,
adding to
so
the roll? Okay.
Yep, you are adding both so to the attack roll, you are adding both the roll itself, the +2 proficiency bonus, and then your +3 dexterity. It's nice.
Okay.
For the damage roll, you'll just be adding your dexterity bonus, or dexterity modifier, the +3.
So that's a 12 plus 3 plus 2 is 17.
All right. Go ahead and roll for damage now.
Okay, so that
And you're hitting the one that's in between you and Malthera?
Yes.
Or one of the two that are closest to Shahrazar?
No, the one between me and Malthera.
All right, then.
They know I can handle my goons on my own.
So this says 1d6 plus 1. So here we go. 2 plus 1 is 3.
2 plus 1 is 3. Okay. So you rolled for damage. Now, you added your dexterity modifier, right? Not the proficiency bonus to the damage roll?
I was just following what it says on the sheet next to it. It says it just says 1d6 plus 1, which, yes, that is my dexterity. So yes, that is correct.
Okay, your dexterity modifier is just a +1?
Mm-hmm.
So the
All right.
+3 is her dex modifier plus proficiency.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Oh, we may
Yeah,
have calculated that roll wrong then. It would have been...
+3 is your D20. Your +3 is your dex plus your proficiency.
Okay, so it's already in there for me. So I should have done the roll just +3, which would have been 15. So hopefully that's still a hit. Or I don't know if you want to retcon.
No. That actually does still hit.
Okay, great.
Enough. So the
All right.
AC does not match that. And I'll just allow it once, that kind of thing. So anyway, you aim your bow right as this guy lands. You already have an arrow notched, so you just unloose it and hits him right in the side. Now is there anything else you want to do for your turn or can do? Any bonus actions you have or no?
Let's see. I'm just thinking if I want to do it. Yeah, I'll go ahead and hide. Why not? I'm trying not to get hit again, so...
You're going to what?
I'm going to hide.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So, and Myra can do that as a bonus action, correct? As a rogue?
Yep, because that was level 2 and up, I believe, so we're level 4, so
Gotcha.
yes.
Now, there's not really a whole lot of stuff to hide behind, in all honesty. There's not really like crates or barrels that you could hide behind. Plus, the mannequin, the pirate here that already jumped over, this man already saw you, so hiding wouldn't really be much of a possibility here.
Okay.
But yeah.
Then in that case, she'll probably take a couple steps back then.
Okay.
Just, yeah.
So, you haven't moved, so you've got 30 feet of movement that you can do. So.
She'll just take a couple steps back, like 5 feet back, so that she's like, I think 15 away now.
All right, you are now at the very edge of the ship at the front, but a good 15 feet away from this pirate that just barely landed here.
Okay.
And it is now Kanara's turn.
Okay.
You've got a mannequin about 15 feet away from you land on the opposite side of the ship in the back.
Okay. Well, that's perfect because I think if I can see him within range, I think for a start, I'm going to start with Frostbite, just kind of, numbing frost, just going to kind of try and freeze him in place.
Okay.
So that's that's a 1d6.
That's your
1d6.
damage, dear.
Okay. Does he have to roll a saving throw, or do you roll for attack?
Let's see. It says hit Constitution 13.
So yes, you have to roll a con save, and they have to be a 13.
Yeah, I've got to get a con save here. Okay, I will roll for this guy's con save. Constitution saving throw. Above a 13, you said? Or 13 and up?
It's 13. Yeah, it's the 13 and above.
Okay, well, I won't even look at his con. He got a 13 exactly. Okay.
Okay.
But
tie goes to the roller, so he succeeds.
Wait.
Yeah, so
Yes.
he doesn't take the damage, it looks like, or the disadvantage.
Yeah.
All right. Is there a bonus action you can do, or just that?
I think that's all I can do. Doesn't look like I have any bonus actions at this point.
All right then. Sorry, I was reading the chat. That's why the laugh. All right then, and it is now moving on to Malthera. You've got two pirates on your left in front of Shahazar, and you got one right next to you, kind of in between you and Myra. All right.
I'm gonna throw a firebolt at one of them.
All right. Which one? Yeah, 3 options here.
Is there any one of them that hasn't been hit by anything yet?
Just the 2 in front of Shahazar, and the one that's a little distance away, but you're probably within range with the firebolt. Firebolt is 120 feet, so yeah. The one that's...
I was about to say the whole ship is in range for the firebolt.
Exactly. The closest one that's... there's one that's about 15 feet away from Kanara. There's one that's about 15 feet away from Kanara that passed its con saving throw, so it hasn't been hit.
I think I will throw the firebolt at that one.
Okay. Right then. And go ahead and make a ranged spell attack.
Uh, 13 to hit.
13 is what you rolled.
Does that hit him?
And just to make by the way, what is your spell casting ability? Is it charisma, wisdom, or intelligence? It's charisma, correct?
I don't remember.
You're a sorcerer,
Pretty sure
right?
it's charisma. Yeah.
So it's charisma. So to attack rolls, be sure to add both your proficiency bonus and your charisma modifier to the roll.
I did. When I roll from the sheet, it does those automatically.
Yeah.
So it's 13.
So I actually rolled an 8, but
oh, okay, gotcha. No
number
problem.
I got was
Yeah,
13.
You hit.
All right.
Right then.
So now I roll for
Yeah,
damage, right?
Yep. Go ahead and roll for damage. It's 1d10 fire damage.
All
Apparently
the threes
I only
tonight.
did 3
All the
damage.
threes.
That was a 3. Oh boy.
It was a 3.
Oh man. Yeah.
It's going to take us 5 million years to kill these guys at this rate.
Right as you hurl that thing at him, it's like, oh shit, and just grazes past him. Definitely lights him a bit, but manages to put out most of it. But still, 3 damage to that guy.
I burned his pirate beard off. I hurt his ego more than his flesh. It's fine.
Yeah, you notice that there's no beard sticking through the masks at all. And all right then. So then, yeah, you took about 3 hit points off. Still, not bad at all. And now it is Shahazar. You have 2 targets in front of you. I mean,
Lovely.
sorry, 2 pirates in front of you. Same difference.
So this is a I guess D&D question. If I use the bonus action to fly into a frenzy rage, would I still get the frenzy
Here's my ruling. Bonus actions can be done before the action itself. In my book, a bonus action means that can be done so quickly or so effortlessly that you don't have to do it after the action. So yes, I do allow you to rage and then do the actual action.
Well,
But first, I do...
Because I'm a barbarian.
Right.
So I have frenzy attack. That while in a frenzy, you can make a single melee weapon attack as a bonus action.
Nice.
But it requires a bonus action for me to instantly rage.
Gotcha. No, you only get one bonus action. So
Okay.
if you go into the frenzy, or if you go into the rage, that's your bonus action. So you'd have to use the frenzied action the next turn around. But yeah.
Okay.
By the way, before you do that, make one last Constitution saving throw on advantage. Because you did drink that stuff. And it's starting to finally take its effect.
Con save. That's a 13.
All right, now roll again, and we're going to take the higher of these two numbers.
Oh no, I rolled 2.
Hmm.
The other roll was a 3.
Oh, okay. 13, you said.
13
You
was
can
a higher
definitely
roll.
you can definitely feel this medicine stuff is starting to take its effect. Your stomach feels a lot more settled, so you will not be rolling on disadvantage for attack and ability throws currently.
Yay.
Anyway, so yes, go ahead and... So your first action is... Did you say you wanted to rage first as your bonus action?
Yes.
Okay, so you're raging. Describe what rage looks like. Is it a war cry first? Is it just like eyes turn red?
This is Shahazar calling out and then standing up to her full height, because she's been sitting at this point. So she's not her full height until just now. And then she lets out this very guttural and brandishes her warhammer and takes a swing two-handed at one of the near pirates.
All right, go ahead and roll to attack.
13 plus 5 is an 18 to hit.
That definitely hits. Roll for damage now. 1d10. So yeah, you take a mighty swing. The pirates were probably a little bit stunned, you're that tall.
And then I get a +2 to melee damage with
for your strength modifier?
Yes.
Okay. And, so add your strength modifier and add that +2 that comes from raging.
Yeah. So that's 1d10. Where's my d10?
Mm-hmm.
4 plus 3 is 7, plus an additional 2 is 9 points of damage.
All right. One swing at this pirate right here, and oh boy. Yeah, that really messed him up pretty bad.
Yes!
Oof. He's still barely moving, but just barely.
So okay, go ahead.
But still. All right, and that is now the pirate's turn.
Oh, can she say something before he takes his turn?
Yeah, go ahead.
She's like, "That's for Gerald! Or Geralt, whatever his name is." Yes. She's gonna call out and be like, "That was for him!" And let them know that she's there on a mission.
All right. You actually... I don't know if anybody's looking over at the other ship nearby as this is happening, but you yell, "This is for Gerald," and it is now what is it called? The other man's, the pirate's turn.
Yes.
So these pirates look over and, there's a bit of synchronization going on between the two of them, and the first one in front of, let's see, here we go. The first one saw Malthera hurl a fireball straight at one of their buddies, so it deems that she's the more dangerous of the two and goes to attack her, hitting...
Well, that's not good.
Yeah, deems her to be the more dangerous of the two, and rolls a 13. What is your AC, Malthera?
13.
13. Okay, and then for damage, rolls an extra 5, 6 plus the... Yep, so an extra 6 hit points of slashing damage. Then the other two look over at or the other two who are facing off against Shahrazar, the biggest of the bunch, clearly, then go into attack. The first one, and you also notice their synchronization is kind of working in their favor. They kind of dart in opposite directions, and Shahrazar trying to keep a good eye on both of them. First one, they both got, so 16 plus 3, they both got 19, interestingly enough.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay, and their damage, the first one hits 5, and the next one hits 3 hit points of slashing damage. So 8 hit points of slashing damage. You are raging, though, so that's cut in half. So you took 4 hit points of slashing damage, because you're temporarily resistant to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage from non-magical weapons. While
They're
you're
gonna die from Shahrazar, guys. I'm telling you, she is the baseball bat barbarian for a reason.
And this final one sees a certain gnome hiding off in the distance and goes to Kanara. He lunges with his scimitar, and that is the 19 raw.
Cheese and crackers.
I've told my previous DMs it kind of disappoints me how I sometimes don't roll like this during my playthroughs, but as a DM, it's like, now we want to get out the high roads.
Yes.
Thankfully, the damage die doesn't seem to be that bad. I spoke too soon. 4 hit points of slashing damage on her. And as a bonus action, notice this one's holding a very small shield. He's going to try to hit Kanara with it, dealing 14 plus 3 again, but he's not going to deal damage. So, by the way, 14 plus 3, so 17. Does that hit as well, Kanara? That does, isn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, he's actually going to try to knock you over, though, with it, taking 5 hit points of bludgeoning damage and knocking you prone. Thankfully, he doesn't knock you off the ship. You just kind of hit the rails. And then for his action, okay, that is the end of the pirates. Oh, yeah, I need to roll one more thing to see if more pirates land.
Oh, Lord.
Nope. So the pirates have decided to hold the grapples together, and the ships are now side by side, and more pirates can enter.
How much damage did I take? You said 17?
No. That was the attack roll. The damage roll was just 5 hit points of bludgeoning damage, Kanara.
Okay. So damage. So
I think it was 3 or 4 hit points from slashing damage, and then again from bludgeoning damage. You notice that this guy's got a small shield, and he's using it like a weapon.
So 9 points in total you go down, I think. 4 and 5, 9.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I've got
also, I do allow healing potions. I do allow drinking those to be a bonus action.
Woohoo!
Oh, good.
Yeah, guzzling potions, I allow them to be a bonus action.
Sounds good.
What about tossing to people's...
Oh yeah, that's a good question. If we're giving a potion to someone else, is that an action or a bonus action?
That would be an action in and of itself.
Okay.
I would allow you to, if you're right next to them or within 5 feet, depending on their dexterity, you can just give it to them. If you're 15 feet away, you toss it to them. That's probably going to be a sleight of hand check to see if they can catch it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
But yeah, you can give those to other people. And I'll allow them to be a bonus action. Why not? It's a quick thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
All right. It is now
Take a
back
quick
to the top.
shot of healing potion.
So, Myra, you've got a pirate that just barely attacked Malthera next to you. You're still about 15 feet away because you backed up.
I did. I will take another shot at him.
Okay. I will warn you, if you're rolling nat 1, you might hit Malthera. With nat 1s, I'm not the DM that makes people break their weapons, but as a rule of thumb, the weapon does fly out of your hands in a certain direction and a certain feet away. It could be right at your feet, or it could be up to 12 feet away.
Malthera, you want to tell Ycey what happened on your nat 1?
Oh gosh.
Which one? The one where I had the
dress.
Oh, that was with a different character, but I was playing a game with a friend who decided to be the DM that makes the worst possible thing you could imagine happen on crit fails. So I had this elf wizard character who was wearing this stupid, ridiculous royal dress, right? So I try to throw a fireball, and I get a nat 1. So she decides that this means that I lit my dress on fire. She tells me to stop, drop, and roll about it, and I'm getting that one on that. So
You would have
somehow
had that be an
me
action.
rolling on the ground. So somehow me rolling on the ground trying to put myself out actually lights more of the room on fire. And
Chaos.
no,
Glorious
there's some DMs that something like that happens, and you're like, this sounds like a good time to end the campaign.
Anyway, go back to combat
Okay.
now.
All right, here comes.
So you're shooting with the bow, you said.
Yes, and I'm like, should I aim for that one, or should I aim for? I mean, I suppose if I aim for a different one, a critical fail would still possibly hit someone else, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, potentially.
Okay. All right, no, I'm just gonna.
I mean, it could also hit an opposite target, like another enemy, on a small chance. But yeah, basically what I translate that to is it hits a different target, most likely either a companion or possibly one of the enemies just that you didn't mean to hit.
Okay.
That happened one time too.
Just do it. Take the shot.
All right. I'm taking the shot at the one that is next to Malthera. Here we go.
Okay, roll to attack.
Nothing but good vibes. That is not great, but no, that doesn't hit. That's an 8.
Let's see. The roll was an 8 or the total?
Total.
Okay, yeah, it does not hit. So it goes right by both Malthera and the pirate. Just embeds itself in the little the mast stand right there. And there we go. Do you have any other moves that you can do?
Let's see. Just checking.
You can still move around as well, up to 30 feet.
Right.
And the whole ship, honestly, is about 50 feet long. Actually, it's 60 feet long from bow to stern.
Nope, I'm going to leave it at that.
Okay. All right. It is now Kanara's turn.
Okay, so when last I checked, I am laying, sort of catching my breath, leaning up against the side of the ship. I've got this mannequin bearing down on me. I am going to try to use shape water and pull it from the ocean to kind of grab this mannequin and hold him in place and, try and just keep him off of me for a few moments while I take the potion. And then I'm going to, that'll be my one action, and my bonus action will be to take the potion.
I mean, you can always take the potion as a bonus action during your turn. It's not gonna. He's not gonna get an opportunity attack.
Yeah, so that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna drink my potion and then hold him in place with shape water.
Okay. So yeah, you want to try to hold him in place, but basically make water appear around him and have it freeze around him.
Yeah, exactly.
So the thing is, the rule behind shape water is that in order to freeze the water, no creatures can be in it. And putting him in water would make him a creature in water. So it says you freeze the water provided that there are no creatures in it.
Well, I could just maybe have the water hold him like a big hand, couldn't I?
Let's see if that would work here. Let's see. I mean, oh shoot. I mean, the water is a good like a good 8 or 9 feet below you. Ship is. Let me just look at size of a cog. It is almost a little over 10 feet beneath you. So while shape water does have a 30-foot range, it more likely you'd be able to make a shape out of the water, but you wouldn't be able to water bend the water out of it, at least according to what the designs here say. I do like the way you're thinking, though, trying to think outside the box.
Okay, well, what if I
There's a bucket of water next to you.
Made like
There is a bucket of water and a mop next to you.
Oh. Okay, what if I just took the water from the bucket and just sort of like froze it and chucked it at him like a big dodgeball?
You want to like a dodgeball. So it'd probably do 1d4 bludgeoning damage, but for a second I thought you were saying you wanted to put it on the ground and freeze it then to make it like difficult terrain.
I hadn't even thought about that. That's a good idea too.
Okay,
let's do that. What do you want to do?
Yeah,
I'm going to freeze his feet in place, I think.
Yep. Doesn't sound like he'd be able to freeze his feet in place, but it would become difficult terrain. He'd have disadvantage on his moving around attack rolls.
Okay, so let's do that. So I will use shape water to make it difficult for him to walk, I'll kind of freeze it under his feet.
So, describe what this looks like to us. Kicking the bucket over, and then you're making him kick the bucket.
So if the bucket's right there, and I'm kind of leaning against the side of the ship, I'm just going to take my hand, pull the water up, and then just kind of throw it down in front so that it kind of spills out, and then I'm going to freeze it.
Okay. So yeah, as he bashes you in the face with his with that buckler shield, you fall to the ground, probably land right next to the bucket, and Jack sparing a new idea, you just decide to, toss the water at his feet and freeze it. Suddenly he's like, oh, shoot. I'm going to have him do a little dexterity saving throw real quick. And, he nails it. He manages to keep his footing. Even, he rolled a nat 20, by the way.
Oh, geez.
Oh, wow.
As a bonus action, you said you wanted to drink a potion?
Yeah. Yes. Yes, please.
Remora says we all got to kick the bucket at some point. I'm like, yeah, but right now is not the time.
No.
That's why I started giggling, because I just read that.
some people they gotta go see when they get home, or get back into port.
Yeah.
All right. So I actually have 1 potion of healing.
All right, you got 1. So you're gonna choose to down it right now?
Yeah. So it
All right.
says if I drink it, I get 2d4 plus 2 hit points.
Yep, you roll the d4, double that number, and then add 2 onto it.
Okay.
Or you can roll the d4 twice if you choose. But yeah, I always just say roll it, and then double the number rolled.
All right, so...
Ooh,
4,
nice.
1, 5...
10 hit points.
10 hit points, yeah.
4 doubled into 8, and then 2. Nice, so you healed 10 hit points. Perfect. All right, so that's your action and bonus action, and here we go.
All right, so I'm healed back up to where I was. I am fully
Perfect.
healed now.
Malthera, it is now your turn.
But there goes my potion.
Oh, where? Very
I'm gonna-
well used potion.
I'm gonna throw another firebolt.
At the one in front of you, or at a different one?
The one
Yeah,
in
you
front
got
of me.
1. Okay. All right, go ahead and roll a ranged attack. Ranged spell attack.
While she's rolling that, can I ask, is it Gerald or Geralt?
It's Gerald.
Okay. Because I said the wrong name, so I'm going to write it down.
Gerald can meet her on the other side.
I got a
Hamilton
9.
style. 9. So you got a 9 total?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That does not hit. All right. So it whizzes, the guy, as you go to firebend him, he quickly dodges in the other direction. He's clearly been watching you fight, so he's starting to learn how you fight. Thankfully, it doesn't hit anybody. It just kind of goes off in the distance and diminishes. Is there anything else you can do?
Can I use my bonus action to drink a health potion? Because I have a health potion.
Yes, you may. And so yeah, roll the 1d4, double it, and add 2.
Okay. That's getting done with real dice.
Strongly recommend real dice for this one, always for health potions.
The D4 is the little pyramid, right?
Yes.
Yep. The
And you
triangle.
pick the number that's upright.
Mm-hmm. The one that's on top. Like she said.
Okay, so 4, and then you said double it?
Yep.
Yes.
Did that land in the little tray that you have?
Cassie doesn't
Yeah,
have.
I have
oh.
a...
Cassie doesn't have a dice cam.
Oh, that's right. I'm looking at the wrong one.
I don't have a
Yeah.
dice cam,
Discord-
but I do have
Discord
a
switched
tray
the-
like the other ladies.
Right, Discord switched the position of the cameras for some reason, so I was looking at somebody else's. All right, sorry. Forgot that you don't even have yours. All right, so yeah, you healed 10 hit points as well. Nice.
Nice.
And Shahazar.
Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use Frenzy as my bonus action, so I can take 2
Nice.
melee attacks. I have my melee attack that's my action, and then the melee attack is the bonus action.
Yeah.
So we're gonna do that. Warhammer time.
All right. As you're looking at
each
both these
melee.
guys, the one that you just hit is badly messed up. You're probably thinking to yourself, I wonder how I'm going to finish this guy off. And then the other
she's-
guy looks like he's not even hit at all.
I got an idea. Just wait.
All right.
So I'm gonna roll to hit the badly injured fellow first.
Okay. Roll to attack.
Why?
Uh-oh.
So that's an 8 to hit.
Okay. You rolled an 8 and add your strength
Total.
modifier and proficiency bonus. Oh, 8 total.
Oh wait, nope, it's just a damage.
Yeah, you don't get the +2
I
for
don't
the
get
attack
anything.
damage, but you do
Yeah,
add your
it's an 8
+2
total.
proficiency. Yeah, you do. Okay. So yeah, that one does not hit. They're really kind of dodging in between your moves right now. But you do have a second attack, like you said, as a bonus action.
Well, let's try again because she wants to finish this guy off and be like, "Get off the ship!" That is a 9 plus 5 is 14 to hit.
That is definitely going to hit. All right, and it's the
Lovely.
same guy.
Yes, it's the same very injured guy.
Well, I'm actually not going to have you roll for damage. I'm just going to say, how do you want to finish him?
So,
Describe how you destroyed this guy.
living up to her name. She
Babe
is-
Ruth at Charizard. Babe Ruth.
She is. Okay, so she is the baseball bat barbarian for this instance. So she's two-handing this bat, and she swings, and as she hits him with the impact of this, hitting him with this hammer that she has, and she knocks him out of the park, like yeets him off the ship. And she's like, "This is for Gerald!" Like sending him flying. And doo-doo-doo-doo-doo is played off in the distance.
Yeah, you outright shattered the mask and probably his skull too, as you toss him whirling into the sea. All right. And is there anything else you can do, or just that's your action and bonus action?
That's action and bonus action, so I'm good.
All right. So now the other three are separate. They don't have a single person that's right next to them, and so the one that's the pirates are now going. These three masked pirates. They're going to let out a little. One of them lets out a very strange shriek, almost like he's trying to whistle but can't quite get it. It's like. And, one of them strikes at, let's see, yep, one of them strikes at Malthera again. Oh,
Fun.
back. And thankfully, she's learning as well. He misses entirely. The other one strikes at Shahazar, the one that's still alive, also misses. And the one that is rolling on disadvantage going after Kanara is actually just going to kind of try to maneuver his way away from that, down the steps right next to him, and join up his buddy. Let me just do a dexterity saving throw with him. Disadvantage. And a bit of difficulty, but he kind of slides away from the water. And now you got two nearby Shahazar. The third one that just barely attacked Malthera, however, he's actually going to join up with the other one as well. However, since he's leaving Malthera after making an attack, that's called a opportunity attack. So Malthera, as a reaction, you get to attack him if you'd like.
I would like to attack him.
All right. So go ahead and roll to attack. What are you using?
Hold on, I haven't decided yet.
What are you attacking with?
Doo-doo-doo-doo.
Thank goodness this isn't happening in real life. Suddenly, life just pauses. Almost feels like she supercharged herself with both a Red Bull, a coffee, and then a NyQuil to try to put herself to sleep, and instead just awakens her
Wait.
fifth sense, and her spirit leaves her body.
Wait,
for a
wait,
moment.
wait.
Or we're in
I see.
bullet time.
Ycey. How silly would it be for me to use Scorching Ray right now? Because I'm sick of this guy.
Scorching Ray. Let's see. Is that a... Let me just see real quick. Scorching Ray. I want to see that. Oh, so that is a first level spell, correct?
It's a second level.
Oh, second level. That's why I can't find it. Here we go. Scorching Ray. I mean, I'd say it's instantaneous. So yeah, you can use that as a If you, when you say how silly would it be, like, I want to ask, would she do that? Like, this guy's been ticking her off.
Yeah.
He hits there, misses, and then goes up to join the other buddy, so that the three of them are next to each other. Well, I will say
She's very much I will burn my problems to a crisp, and if one type of fire doesn't work, we're trying more.
Well, I will just say that suddenly the three targets are all right next to each other, but the three, you can only attack that one guy, that one person. And I'm trying to think, I don't think that spells can be used as a reaction, but cantrips can. Cantrips or melee attacks. Or, either cantrips or melee attacks. Something that you have as a reaction.
If cantrips work, then I can just firebolt again.
Okay, roll to attack. Yeah, because I do recall there are certain classes that when you level up, you can use spells as a reaction. I know wizards have it.
An 18.
All right, so roll for damage now. 1d10.
Come on, Cassie, let it be a good roll.
I got a 4 for damage.
I will burn all my problems to a crit.
That really badly messed him up. The one that was running away from you. Messed him up, and he's looking pretty charred right now. You imagine that another good one could probably take him down. Probably thinking of ways to hit him very good. Anyway, one more roll, and oh joy. Suddenly, you hear a loud thump lands on the deck. Close by.
Uh-oh.
Yes, right on the middle. Right next to Shahazar is a very big... Well, Shahazar, you suddenly see a sight you probably haven't seen in a long time. Somebody's looking at you at eye level. A Goliath pirate, in fact. Wielding a very big axe. He just said, I saw a target here. Finally, someone and a worthy opponent. That was his action this turn, so he just barely landed here. He ain't gonna go further. And there's two other pirates who are going to shoot. First one, on disadvantage because of the distance. Misses. The other one does not have a cleared target. Also misses. Okay, so a couple more bolts fly from the ship, just two more. Both of them, one of them hits the mast of the ship again. Another one just flies off in the distance. There's probably a very poor fish at the bottom of that crossbow's distance, just being like, where did this come from? I'm trying to get to work now. All right, now back from the top, it is Myra's turn. So just to paint the picture for you, you got in the middle of the ship, on one side, the side furthest away from the pirate ship, you got three of those pirates lined up, kind of like posing, ready to attack you guys. Shahara in the middle, closest to the ship, and a Goliath right next to her on her left. Kanara is on the far back of the ship, towards the far right corner of it. She is alone. And Myra, you are at the front of the ship, with Malthera close by, well, about 15 feet away from you. You've got a good view of all the enemies so far.
Okay, I'm gonna try and finish off the one that was charred by shooting him with my short bow.
Okay, roll to attack.
Okay. Oof. No, that's not gonna do it. 7 total.
Okay, yeah, it whizzes right past. He probably sees at the last second. They're all kind of eyeing everybody, ready for an attack, ready for a command, probably. And right as he hears the sound of the bow drawing back, he just quickly dodges out of the way. Do you have a bonus action you could do?
Sorry, just looking real quick. Let's see. Actions, bonus actions. No. Nope, I got nothing else I can do.
Okay. All right, Kanara, it is now your turn. You are still prone, by the way. I'm also quite impressed that you managed to deter an enemy whilst prone. I've never heard of that happening before. It'll be about half your movement standing up, but
Okay. I think. Let's see. I have two choices here, but if I'm still lying prone,
If you get up, you'll only be able to move about 15 feet. That's enough to go engage one of the other pirates off to the right in melee, but not close enough to get to the Goliath, the new Goliath
Okay.
pirate that just landed. If
well,
you want
I'm not
melee.
planning. I'm not planning on going anywhere near him. Okay, here's what I want to do. I've got something here that also gives me a bonus action, so I'm going to use that. It is my flame blade. I haven't ever used it before.
Ooh. Is that a spell? Is that an item?
It is a spell.
All right.
It basically, I can make a fiery blade similar to a scimitar, and I am, as long as I am holding on to it, if I let go, it'll disappear, but I can always bring it back again. But if I am using half my motion to stand up, I'm going to allow the bonus action to allow me to pull up the flame blade and be able to go after whichever pirate is closest.
Cool. Why don't you describe how Kanara's doing this? She gets up.
So I'm very slowly standing up, and my eyes are narrowed, and I just kind of put out my right hand and close my eyes and mutter something, and all of a sudden, in my hand, like a big giant sword, probably half my size, appears in my hand, and I just kind of point it straight at him, like tip right toward his face, and I grab it with both hands, and I get ready to swing right at him.
Nice. All right, so you're going to attack in melee?
Yep.
All right, roll to attack.
And that's a 20, right?
Yes, D20. Roll the D20 and add your +2 proficiency bonus, because the blade.
I have a +5 for a hit, so whatever I hit, there's a +5.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is a melee spell attack, so you're actually going to use your spellcasting modifier. Do you use Wisdom as your modifier?
I do indeed.
Okay, so add your Wisdom modifier and your proficiency bonus to the attack.
Okay. Well, okay. Wisdom is +3. Proficiency. Where's my proficiency?
It's +2.
+2. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Here we go. Let's find out. Please, 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 please.
So basically add +5 to it. Nice.
18.
That definitely hits.
18 plus the 3 wisdom plus the 2, so 18, 19, 20, 23.
Nice. Okay, yeah, you definitely hit him. So go ahead and roll for damage. And the flame blade, you said, so that's 3d6 fire damage, isn't it?
3d6, yes it is.
All right.
So I got those. All right, here we go.
Sweet. Get ready. That is one ticked off gnome.
4, 7, 8 plus the 5, 13.
How do you want to finish him? Describe how you just incinerated this guy.
Yeah, okay. So I am going to take 2. Well, you said I can take 1. Let's go move like no more than 15 feet, right?
Yeah, I mean you're right next to him though, but so your movement is up because you moved right next to him. But
right. So I'm going to swing the sword around and up, and then turn around with my back to him, hold on to the blade, let go, it disappears just as he falls.
Nice. Oh man, if that's not the living embodiment of mess around and find out. A small person gets knocked to the ground, then gets up and absolutely incinerates the person that knocked them to the ground. All right, then. So yeah, that is both your action and bonus action. It is now Shahazar. You've got several opponents all around you. A Goliath that just barely landed who is right next to you, 5 feet. So you both engaged in combat technically. Leaving would provoke an opportunity attack.
Oh, I'm not leaving nowhere.
And then you got about 3 more of those pirates about 10 feet behind you. So a good distance away.
She figures that she needs to take on the Goliath, so she'll leave the 3 little pirates to the other 3.
The 3 little friends.
So she'll talk to the girls and be like, "The Goliath's mine. You ladies take care of the rest." And she'll brandish her warhammer and take a swing, and we'll also use Frenzy as her bonus, so she'll get 2 whacks at him.
Sweet.
So, attack 1 is a 11 to hit.
Total? Okay, that does not hit.
Okay. Well, second attack. Okay, still doesn't hit. Both miss.
Okay.
Dang.
What was the second attack, the total?
It was another 6 for an 11 again.
Gotcha. All right. So yeah, that one doesn't. He is pretty nimble on his feet, so he's just kind of weaving in and out of your strikes, almost like he's testing you, just like pathetic. He goes. All right, and so that's your attack and bonus action, right?
Yeah.
It's now his turn, and I'm gonna have him strike first. So he goes into attack with his great axe, and rolls a 2.
Rolls a 2.
Plus his, it's a plus 3 for strike. Yeah, plus 5, so still 7. That does not hit, I'm guessing.
Nope.
So yeah, he goes pathetic and swings at you. You dodge it, just like.
Yes.
And he takes another swing, gets a second one in.
Oh, how dare.
14, so that's a 14 for that second one.
Yes, it does hit.
Okay, and damage for 7 hit points of damage. Slashing damage.
But in a rage.
Oh, yeah.
Still,
so
that's half.
cut in half, rounded down, so 3. 3 hit points of slashing damage.
I'm still sitting pretty with health. This is great.
So he slashes at you, and he's like... Didn't really seem to have much of an effect on you. There's a very wild look in his eyes, like, finally, I haven't had this good of a fight in a long time. And it is now the pirate's turn. One of them just got incinerated, so seeing this, this one turns around, the second one, so there's 2 now. One of them runs up to Kanara and takes a swing at her. 16 plus 2, okay, that's 3. That is a 19, so he hits with his scimitar. 6 hit points of slashing damage.
Ugh.
And this one, you notice, does not have his shield, so he just, the other one shrieks, like, shh, and they both run away. So provoking an opportunity attack. Kanara, if you want to take this, you can attack him again.
Okay.
You can attack him with either a melee attack or a cantrip that you have.
Let's see. Let me think. You know what? I have a cantrip. Let's try frostbite again.
All right. I'll have him do his con save. So it's a 13 up. And I want to see what his constitution modifier is, because he rolled... Son of a gun. That is a dirty 13.
Ooh.
Plus 1 to his con. That is a plus 1. Oh! No! That is the Goliath. Let me go to the pirate. That is a 0, just as I thought. So, yes, that is a 12. So he did not pass. He has disadvantage on his next strike, and that deals how much cold damage?
Let's find out. It's 1d6. It deals 4.
All right. And that was the one right next to him. So this one was the one that previously had almost no harm done to him. So 4 hit points later. Yeah, he looks like he's still in the fight, but he probably regrets going after you. So yeah, he runs away with the other guy. And the second one, now that he's with his buddy, he's going to go run over and attack Myra, from the looks of it. The one who doesn't seem to be attacked. They're kind of trying to corner her at this point. First one's going to attack. And, yep. You seem to notice that they do very well when they're in groups, or at least when they're next to each other. Almost like it gives them an advantage of some kind. This one, however, rolls a 16 plus 3, so 19.
Hits.
I assume that hits.
Hits.
Okay. And he's going to slash at you with his little scimitar, dealing only 2 hit points of slashing damage.
Phew.
So you must have seen them coming and just kind of quickly prepared to duck out of the way. And here we go. There are now, you hear some shouts from the other ship, like, tie it about, like, people trying to secure the grapples in place. There's only a couple of people from the other side. But yeah, that is the end of their turn. The pirates are done. Now it is Myra's turn.
So the one that attacked me is like in front of me now?
Yep, there are two in front of you now. The one that attacked you is the one closest to you, of course.
Right, okay, got it. Myra is going... Wait, is it a bonus action to draw another weapon?
No, it's no action whatsoever.
Alright.
If you wanted to draw a weapon and put away another weapon at the same time, that one, it depends.
Okay, let me just check something then. I don't know if it says.
We'll put it this way. What weapon do you want to get out?
I wanted to get out my short sword, but I was just looking if it's one-handed or two-handed. It doesn't seem
No,
to
it's
say.
one-handed.
Okay, thank you.
Short sword. That's fine. You can... Yeah, I'd say you can do that. You can swing the short bow over your shoulder and then quickly pull out the short sword.
I'm going to do that.
That's not your action. All right.
And attack that way. Okay, here we go. Oh, nice. 14 plus 4 is 18.
That was a 14, you said? That hits.
14 plus 4 actually was 18.
Okay, that hits.
Okay. So damage is 1d6 plus 2.
There we go. Plus 2. Nice.
Oh, only 3 total.
3 in total. Well, they both look pretty messed up right now, these two. Actually, the one that you struck is looking like he is probably shaking hands with the Grim Reaper right now.
Like a stiff wind would blow him over.
He needs to stay away from strong breezes, we'll say.
Also,
anyway.
when I rolled that rather pathetic damage, even though it still does help, my husband next to me just went, boo!
Do you have another short sword, might I ask?
What was that, sorry?
Do you have a second short sword?
No, I only have the... Wait.
Or a dagger?
Yeah, no. I do have a dagger, yes.
So the funny thing about the short sword, scimitar, and dagger is they have the trait called light. A light weapon means that if you strike with a light weapon, then you can actually strike with another light weapon if you're holding a second one in your other hand. The only thing is, unless you are skilled in what's called two-weapon fighting, depending on your class, which I don't think you are because rogues don't have access to this.
It says actions in combat two-weapon fighting, but how do I know if I'm... Did you say I had to be proficient in it?
No, it says something like, let me just go to your... two-weapon fighting is an option. It's just saying that's an option. Mm-hmm. But it doesn't say you have a... It doesn't say you're a trained two-weapon fighter, does it?
Okay. I don't see that.
It would say it in your proficiencies and languages, probably down at the bottom.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, where the heck is that?
I'll look it up for you to see if it's even available to rogues.
Oh, wait, hold on.
It looks like it's not even available to rogues, unless... What is your archetype?
My what now?
Your rogue archetype. It's that thing that you picked at third level, like Assassin, Arcane Trickster, Inquisitive, Mastermind, Phantom.
Oh my gosh, I forget. I'm sorry. Where would that be written somewhere?
Don't worry about it. I'm looking through these and none of them say two-weapon fight, so never mind. The point being is that...
The chat says hi, Kim's husband.
Oh.
Hey, Kim's husband. So the point being is that if you pull out your dagger, you can make another attack, but for the damage, you won't add your dexterity modifier, just the raw roll for the second attack.
Let's try it.
All right, so this is a bonus attack. Go ahead and roll to attack.
Okay.
Yeah, to the attack, be sure to add your proficiency bonus and dexterity modifier.
Total
or
16.
All right. Yeah. How do you want to finish this guy?
Ooh.
He only had 1 hit point, so the lowest you could roll is a 1.
Woohoo!
You played dirty right at the last second. Like, wait. He thought you were done, but you pulled a Billy May. But wait, there's more, Stab.
Oh gosh, I'm sorry. I don't have anything fancy prepared. let's see.
Anything you want to say to him at least, or just for roleplay purposes? What do you think that Myra would say or do in this situation upon finishing this other baddie off?
Honestly, I don't know that she would say anything. I think she would just, step forward. Let's do like dagger to the throat, and pull it back out, and just like let him drop, and like ready to move on to the next thing.
Alrighty.
That's how she would do it.
Excellent. So it is now Kanara's turn again.
Okay. Let's see. Is there any
You only got-
There's
Is
one
there only
pirate
Goliath
left.
So there is a Goliath
pirate
pirate fighting. There is a Goliath pirate fighting Shahazar, and there is another pirate fighting Myra on the other side of the ship. It's
Okay.
Get the
It's
tiny
about-
one. I got the big one. It's fine.
Okay.
Now you're about, I'd say, 45 feet away from. Actually, no, you're not in the far end of the ship anymore. So yeah, you're about 30 feet away. You could probably reach this pirate.
Okay. Let's see.
If you attacked one pirate, you're close enough in the middle to attack the other. So yeah.
Well, the thing
I'll say-
is, I don't know if I want to use any spells unless I might hit Myra.
It depends. If it's a ranged attack, then hitting Myra would happen on that one, most likely. If it's a area of effect, then the thing will say if you choose the targets or not. If it says all creatures in that area of effect must roll, then yes, it will impact friendly and non-friendly alike.
Let's see.
What spell are you thinking about? Scorching Ray?
I don't.
Wait,
have
no, that's
I'm honestly thinking of Thunder Wave.
okay.
But yeah, and it's like that's within 15-foot cube originating from you, but that would hit.
Yeah.
But I also think that's too far away, even because I'm within 30 feet. I'm still too far away.
Well, if you run up to him in 30 feet, then you would be able to hit the last one, but you'd also hit Myra unless you were, say, I don't know, you said it's a 10-foot block?
15.
15-foot block, so in every direction. Yeah, you'd have to be a little bit of a distance away from him, like maybe 10 feet away, then use it, and you just hit that guy, like keep him on the threshold. I'd say you could do that.
Okay, or
Run up 10 feet away from him.
Or I could try and do my original idea about shape water, which is grab some water from the ocean, like make it into a ball and sort of, slam it into him. So I knock him down so she can have the last go if we can make him prone.
Here's the thing. You can't really levitate the water from what I can see in shape water. You can make shapes out of it, but from the looks of it, you can't really make it float out of its original space. Unless you somehow grappled down to the water. At this point, though, it'd probably just be smarter to hit him with an actual weapon. I'll tell you this, if you did somehow have an ice ball at him and you threw it at him, it would probably have a less effect than if you hit him with a dagger.
Okay, well, you know what? I think I'm going to pull out my daggers and run up so that I'm at least in 20 within range, because what's it says? Oh, range. I'm within range. I'm going to try and throw my dagger again and see if I can do what I did before.
You want to throw it, or okay? Roll to attack. So a d20,
Okay.
and yeah, add your proficiency bonus and add your dexterity modifier. I assume is what you're using.
Dexterity +1, proficiency is 2.
Excellent.
Okay, 2. So a +3 on this, please. 17. That's 20.
Nice. So yes, roll for damage now for the first dagger strike. That's 1d4
Okay.
plus your dexterity.
D4. That's the triangle.
Mhm.
D4 +1.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
2.
Nice.
2. So it's a 3.
So it's a 3. It landed on it. Oh yeah, your dexterity modifier is 3. Okay, so yeah, stabbed him. It kind of made a wheezing sound, like as you stabbed it, and there you go. So, do you have a second dagger? Did you say, or just the one?
I do have. I appear to have 2.
Okay, you can use the second one as a bonus attack because you haven't used a bonus one. You haven't had a bonus action yet.
Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and try and.
All right, roll to attack again.
No, let's roll to attack. See how I do with this one. That's a 10. So 10. So
12
13.
with proficiency, 13. Yeah, you hit. And go ahead and roll the 1d4 again, but this time don't add your modifier, just the 1d4 raw roll. For
Okay.
this attack.
It's a 1.
Okay. 1 hit point of damage. Still, this guy has had, cuts, burns, slices. He's looking really messed up at this point. And he's still holding on a little bit. But it is now Shahazar's turn, unless there's something you wanted to say or do as well. One last thing.
I probably would say something along the lines of, "You unnatural thing, get gone from this world."
Get some. All right. And I almost forgot. It's not Shahazar's. It is actually Malthera's turn. My apologies.
Just gonna throw a fireball.
All right. And
Sorry,
Malthera,
fireball. They're
you also
different
notice
things.
you also notice on the other ship, there's only a couple of crew members left, but they're kind of hesitant about shooting. They notice that a lot of their comrades are getting cut down at the moment. So,
Is the other
they're,
ship in range for my firebolts?
oh, absolutely. The ships are right next to each other. Like you could probably jump to the other ship at this point. Like they're.
I'm gonna throw a firebolt at one of the crewmates on the other ship just to be like, "Get out of here!"
All right. There's actually 2 crewmen holding crossbows within about 20 feet of you. Those are the only 2 that you can see, and they look like they're trying to take pot shots at everybody. There's a couple other crew that don't seem to be substantially armed. 2 or 3 that's just running around trying to, mend the ship and all that. That's it, really. Just 2 guys running around, then 2 who are hitting crossbows. Which one do you want to hit?
I want to hit one of the ones with the crossbows, and I want Malthera to actually shout, "Leave us alone!"
Alrighty. So yeah, go ahead and roll to attack. And by the way, are you using Scorching Ray or Fire?
It's firebolt.
Okay, Firebolt.
You just rolled.
All right. What's your
I got
roll?
a 23.
Was that a... Oh, nice. By the way, was it a nat
I got
20?
23 to hit.
Was that a nat 20?
Plus 5.
Okay, never mind.
So it was
Still.
a dirty.
It was an 18 plus 5, and then for damage, I got a 4.
Excellent. All right. So damage plus 4. So in total, the damage again is...
The
What's the
damage
total?
is 4.
Oh, so
The
the total...
23 was to hit.
Gotcha. I thought you were saying 4 plus something. Okay. Yeah, there we go.
No.
Yeah, that definitely got their attention. So leave. Is there anything you can do as a bonus action as well?
No.
Nice. Okay, then. Now, the fight, the Giants fight.
Goliath
Shahazar.
fight.
I'm gonna
Goliath
get
fight.
popcorn on this one.
Rumble in the mountain. Rumble in the Rockies.
Oh, you should already know I'm gonna whack with a hammer because I'm there. He's
Shahazar,
right
what's your
up in
turn?
my grill. I'm hitting him.
What did you roll?
19 plus 5 of my warhammer would give me 24.
You hit.
Okay, good. Can I
Roll
roll
for
the
damage.
second attack, or do you want me to roll the damage first?
Might as well roll for the second attack as well. Just
Come on. 14 plus 5 is a 19.
you hit him the second time as well.
Yes. Okay.
He called you
so
pathetic a second ago, slices you just a little bit, and then you return with this.
2d10. So 2 plus 5 plus 3 is 5, plus an additional 2 is 7.
The first one, nice.
Another 7, so 14 total.
All right, so
Goliath whacks him real hard.
you are a Goliath, though, and you just recognize something he did. He actually shrugged off a lot of that, just kind of like clearly took the brunt of it, nothing really holding back the hits, but then suddenly he's like, kind of like pops his neck, pops his shoulder, like, not bad.
Stone's endurance.
I actually felt that. He got rid of 9 hit points of damage from that 14. But yeah,
Oh,
it is.
that stone's
that was-
endurance. I hate it.
Mm-hmm. Still, though, it.
But he's
knocked off-
he's only able to use it once, so
Yep.
now he's used it, so I can hit him again later.
You can. Indeed, you can. All right, and yeah, so it is now the pirate's turn, so they're going to return. The two crossbows that you saw a second ago, Malthera, one of them is going to try to get up on the ship, and there you go, he's going to make a quick acrobatics check, and just barely like struggles to get up onto the ship, and he just yells to the big guy, the Goliath, like, "Captain, we've got to head out!" And, exchange a little bit like, "Don't you go anywhere." So, second one then gets a little bit closer and shoots at Malthera, the one that Malthera shot, incidentally. He's going to shoot with his crossbow. 14 plus 2 again. Oh, so 4 to hit. 18. I'm guessing that hits. And he does 5 hit points of piercing damage to Malthera. And the second guy, that was really his action. And, yep, he dropped. So now you got a second guy kind of boarding up onto the ship at the moment. He's also trying to undo some of the grapples from the looks of it. There's tons of grappling hooks all over the side of the ship. They're fastened together. This final pirate, who's still over by Myra and Kanara, he is going to attack... He's going to attack Kanara, who just barely struck him pretty badly. And yes... What is with all these 16s? No joke. There's you notice how sometimes the D20s like to hit a certain number repeatedly? I think I just need to re-roll the same way a different way for rolling. Oh, well. Yeah, so he hits from the looks of it, slices at you, dealing 7 hit points of slash. Oh, wait, no, that's a 3. 4 hit points of slashing damage. The glare from the light made it look like a 6 all of a sudden. So that is 4 hit points of slashing damage. Slice. Whips around after getting his foot stabbed, probably. And it is now the Goliath's turn. He is going to attack Shahazar. And that is definitely going to hit. A dirty 19. Second attack as well. I'll just go ahead and roll that. Raw 18. Okay, first attack with the Great Hammer. 9 and... So 9 plus, and then this other one is 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh, God. Thankfully, you get to cut these points in half.
Oh, yeah.
So ordinarily, he did 23 hit points of damage. However, cut in half, that is 11, rounded down. So 11 hit points of slashing damage at the moment.
I'm going to use my Stone's Endurance.
Nice. Roll that D12 and let us know what you got.
8.
So you're like, 2 can play that game.
Yes!
You're like Goliath C, Goliath Mountain C, Mountain Dew.
Yes. So 11 minus 8 leaves me with 3 to take.
Yeah, so what'd you roll?
An 8, and I have a +0.
Okay, nice. Yeah, so 11 minus 8. Yeah, you only took 3 hit points of slashing damage that time. You just kind of shrugged it off. So yeah, you both are just kind of... you both are basically just whittling each other down, trying to test each other's patience more than anything else. All right, it is now Myra's turn. Myra, you've still got a pirate right in front of you, and it just barely attacked Kanara behind the pirate. You've got a second pirate, one wearing a hood. Looks, he's got a crossbow on his back. He's just kind of getting up onto the ship, and then one about 20 feet away from you on the other ship, who's kind of taking shots at people. And then, of course, the Goliath, a good, almost on the other side of the ship, a good 35 feet away.
If
What would you like to do?
If I run up to the one that's just trying to come onto the ship, will that give an attack of opportunity to the one in front of me?
Yes, unless you take the disengage action, but then you won't be able to attack if you take the disengage action.
All right.
It'll provoke an opportunity attack, but he could potentially miss as well.
No, I know. I'm not going to chance that. I play conservatively. Let's see.
Me
You don't
sitting
trade
at
damage.
17 hit points. Yeah, come on, hit me.
I really wanted to like kick him and try to yeet him off the ship, but instead I will how far away is the one like right in front of me? He's like directly in front of me, like 5 feet.
Yeah, he's within 5 feet. He's standing pretty much next to you. He's engaged. So you got one within 5 feet of you, one that's about 20 feet away from you, crawling onto the ship, another one that's about 25 feet away from you on the other ship, and then the Goliath 35 feet away that Shahara said, "This one's mine!"
Okay. And
Goliath
just
is
quick
mine.
question, as currently I would be holding my short sword in one hand and the dagger in the other.
Correct.
I would need to like sheath one of those if I wanted to pull out the bow again, yeah?
That's fine.
Okay.
I'd even say you could just drop it to your feet and just pull the bow out again.
Okay.
You get to pick it up afterwards in the same move.
Okay. I'll do that, and I'm gonna actually try to hit the guy getting onto the ship with the short bow to see if I can knock him off.
All right.
Okay.
If you hit him, I'll have him do a sleight of hand check to see if he can keep hold of that ship he's climbing upwards onto. The ship that they have, by the way, is significantly lower than your ship. It has a lower profile, so he has to climb upward
Bless
about
you.
10 feet.
Ah, okay.
Bless you
Bless you.
twice.
Thank you.
All right, so go ahead and roll to attack.
Oh. 8. Wait, no, sorry. 7 total. Ugh.
Okay, 7. Actually, you have height advantage, I just realized, so I will let you roll an advantage for this one.
Yes.
He's currently climbing up the ship. I will count that as height advantage.
Okay,
Bird,
cool.
that's number 3. No more after this.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh no, I rolled the same thing!
Oh no!
So that was
Thanks,
another...
my screen froze. Oh no.
I
Are you
rolled-
sure you rolled the same thing? I can't see a dang thing on your
Yeah,
screen.
no, I
Go
did.
ahead and
What?
She's gonna
Oh
stay
no.
honest.
Go ahead and roll again because I only saw 1 6.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, just this once.
Okay. Come on, dice gods.
DM
Come on, dice
intervention.
gods.
Come on!
Wait, hold on. For good luck. Okay.
I did have one DM one time say like, no, when rolling on advantage or disadvantage, the number can't be the same thing.
No, it's a 3!
All right.
Oh.
The
So,
arrow
you
whizzes
take the
right
higher
past
one.
him. He's like, oh, jeez.
My husband is now laughing his head off.
Are there any bonus actions you can do?
I
He's
mean,
about to
if
slap Slappy with that bonus action.
Unfortunately, no. If you were a monk, you could pimp smack somebody with that.
if I am still holding the dagger, can I throw it at him?
No, because the short bow does not count as a light weapon. Let me just look at it again.
No, but
just
the
in case.
dagger does. So
Yeah, but
Oh.
your action was. So the way the light property works is if you use your attack action with a light weapon, like the short sword,
I see. I didn't
then as
realize
a bonus action.
Okay, I didn't realize it was
Yeah.
the short sword that was the light.
And no, the short bow has the two-handed feat, not the light. So no.
All right.
Any cheers?
So no, that'll
It
do
is. All right, it is Kanira's turn.
Okay, so I am like trying to stay on my feet, just because I've been kind of shaken after having something knock into me like that. Even though I'm still on my feet, I didn't take that. I'm still okay as far as my hit points go, but I'm trying to figure out because Myra just took off. How far away is Myra from me now?
Well, she's still right next to you.
Oh, she's still right next to me. Okay.
She didn't take off.
Dice. I don't have any other
Oh,
dice.
all right.
What do you want me to do?
Let's see. You know what? Why not? I'm gonna pull out my flame blade again.
All right. Yeah. Go ahead and make an attack
spell
roll with
yours?
it. So a spell attack roll. Again, add your wisdom modifier and your proficiency bonus, the +2.
3, 4, 5. Come on, baby. Come on. What is? I can't read what that is. That's a 6.
Okay.
It's an 11.
Perfect. Just exactly what you needed, right on dot. And
Oh,
since you're rolling
fantastic.
3d6, I'm actually just going to say, how did you finish this guy off?
Yes.
Freaking one
I
midget army going around just like lightsabering everybody up.
That's like whacking the baddies, but nah, it's Kanara this time. It's because I took on the Goliath. That's why.
Who's your
Yep.
tank? Everybody points to the gnome. Like, seriously?
And she doesn't even have the bear this time.
You watch a tavern brawl is going to break out and from the corner. A tavern brawl breaks out, and from the corner of the room, all you hear is a Goliath saying, "Send in the gnome!" Just chucks Kanar from across the room. You just mark your bingo calendars again. Snort.
Oh, they gotta mark my giggle on here.
I don't even remember what else is on the bingo card.
Giggle Fit should be on the bingo card, and if it's not, we need to fix it.
Okay. I am going to give him a very dark smile, and he's going to kind of just lean back like, what in the... And I'm just going to bring that blade down right between him and just slice him in half and say... And I'm going to just say nothing at first and just kind of smile and go, "You were nothing."
Oh.
You don't
That
even
is
hear
how
a
I-
response. It's just like, right as that fourth one gets, incinerated, lightsabered in half, you just hear the guy, the hooded guy with the crossbow who's climbing up onto the ship, just says, "Captain, the creatures are dead. We've got to go." Goliath is still, just enjoying his fight. He's like, You take off, and I'll hunt you down." Just all right. So he just kind of goes back, and it is now Malthera's turn. You've actually got the guy who's climbing up onto the ship. He's now starting to peek his head over the top. He is right in front of you, about 10 feet away.
I'm gonna firebolt him.
All right, you are the first thing he sees, basically.
And then
We're gonna be the last
Firebolt to
thing
the
he
face.
sees, hopefully.
Yeah.
All right, roll to attack.
Just this fire
I'll say
genasi
this.
standing there holding this fireball going, "Hello."
Yes.
I will say though, this is not the one that you attacked
No.
previous. The one
I
that you
missed hard.
damaged
I got
is on
a
the-
7.
Oh boy, yeah, that went right past him.
it's not a crit fail. It's not
He
as
probably-
hard as it could be.
Yeah, if you crit fail, it might hit the ship's railing, the wooden railing. So anyway, he just gets to the top of the ship, he's like, "Hello," and quickly dodges out of the way, like he just saw his life flash before his eyes, then realized that was just a flash of flame.
Good,
Anyway.
because it did.
Is there a bonus action that you can do?
Nope.
Okay, then.
There's really not much I can do other than throw firebolts. It's what I do.
Alrighty. Shahazar. Round
Okay.
3. Fight.
Around umpteen million, it feels like. Okay. So, I am going to swing, but because I've taken a little bit of damage, I'm going to preemptively, my bonus action will be to take a potion of healing. So can I potion of healing before I attack?
Yes.
Okay. So,
I don't see why you'd want to do that, but yeah, you can do that.
just in case. Why? So that's 2 plus 2 is 4. 4 points of healing. That didn't help me diddly.
Remember, you rolled the 1d4, doubled that, and added 2 to it?
Yes, it was a 1 on the d4.
Oh, gotcha. Dangnabbit.
Yeah.
So much for that healing potion.
Plus 4 gives me, at least I'm up to 21.
All right.
Just 2/3 of my health. Now I'm going to attack with the hammer. I rolled a 19 base before even adding any of my extra.
That
so-
hits.
Okay,
Needless
cool.
to say, that hits. In fact, it hits so hard that the moment it hits, all you hear is,
What did I hear? Because your
you
mic
hear
did not
something
pick it up.
like, yeah. That was supposed to be the Mortal Kombat theme, but anyway,
Finish you.
if we weren't on push to talk, yeah.
I mean, you can be on voice activity. I don't think any of us are on push to
Yeah.
talk.
Oh, I always have mine on regular voice activity. What the heck happened? Well, let me just check my little settings here.
I'm going to roll the d10 because I'm two-handed.
Alrighty.
3 plus 3 is 6 plus 2 is 8.
So in total,
Points.
your attack is 8, or your damage is 8. Sorry,
Damage is 8,
That's
yes.
right. Your damage is 8. Your damage is 8. So including the +2 at the end. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that definitely smacked him pretty hard. So 8. Let me just see that. All right. Okay. Yeah. He's still going pretty strong. Like he looks like he's doing pretty well at the moment. But yeah, you hit him pretty hard.
And she's gonna like grit her teeth and be like, I am tired of you.
It's like, I'm just getting started with you. And it is now their turn. So he is going to attack you.
Of course.
And let's see. So 15.
15 hits.
Okay. Your AC is 15, isn't it?
No, it's 12.
12. That's right. Never mind. Okay. 15. Oof down. All right. And his damage. Let's with these. 14 cut in half. 7 hit points of slashing damage for you.
Okay.
And he cannot use that second attack again. So that's it. That is his turn. As he's just going to call to his, call those men and just say, like, keep shooting already. It's like, would you shoot them already? And first one shoots at Malthera, the one who she actually firebolted previously, and hit. This one plus 3. That is plus the proficiency. That is a 16. Malthera, does that hit? That does, doesn't it?
I have 13 armor class, so yeah.
Okay, yeah, it does. I guess chainmail bikinis can only protect so much,
Excuse you, it is a plate mail bikini. You don't put chainmail up against bare skin. What's wrong with you?
That's why it's not. That's why the anime powers haven't kicked in. Anime's just like, come on, you're doing it all wrong. That's why, you'd think that. They're like, no, come on. Less is more, remember? It's like, come on, think Huggies, less is more, okay? I don't know. So then, first one hit. Yeah, first one, I'm going to reword that from those to hits you for 4 hit points of piercing damage. Second one.
It has corset rules.
Second one finally gets up onto the second one finally gets up onto the ship, and I'm gonna have his action be to start undoing grapples real quick. So that he undoes 1 and 2. There's still about so that of the 6 grapples, there are now still 4 grappling hooks still linking the ships together. He's kind of like undoing them, while his Goliath captain is kind of fighting with Shahazar. So there we go. That is the end of their turn at the moment. Here we go. It is now Myra from the top.
Well, unfortunately, it is past midnight for 3 out of the 4 of us. So
Gotcha.
I think we may need to call it at this point, which I hate to do in the middle of a battle.
I've actually got a great ending for you already. Their next turn was this guy was going to start slashing the hooks, and then the ship was just going to take off. And the Goliath, seeing his ship leaving, was just going to make a quick jump onto the ship.
Oh, no. No.
All right, did you want to play that out real quick then, or
yeah,
okay.
because
the
campaign is
play that
basically
out.
over.
That's a great place
This
to
is
stop.
the end of the campaign right now. So
okay,
we're really close to the end. Just come on, Kim, please.
All right, yep, no, fine, keep going.
Yeah, we're
Sorry,
just
I
gonna
should have asked first how much was left.
Fight!
all right, so Yeah,
I love that treble. Come on, Kim, please.
We'll just extend this.
See, meanwhile,
elf,
I'm over here. It's only 9:30. I'm like, all right, it's late for y'all.
Yeah.
So, okay, I have nothing to do tomorrow, so please keep me up. I don't care. Come on.
In that case, I'll just continue with what the guy was doing. The hooded pirate, he just takes out his scimitar and just starts slicing, like cut. Leaves the grappling hooks embedded into the side. Just starts slicing, and after that, just says like, toss about. Just opens up the sails, jumps back onto his ship. Kind of does a jump landing roll, and as the ship is taking off, like slowly getting away, you kind of see the sails start to glow a little bit, like wind is pushing them almost, but a very magical presence, in fact. The Goliath at this point, I'm going to give him two options. He can either disengage or get one strike off and then go after his ship. Well, he's not going to be able to do that because he'd have to jump. So,
does that mean I get attack of opportunity?
He's going to attack at you one more time. And wait a minute. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, 14. Does that hit?
Yes.
Okay, that does hit. He gets one last attack off and only does 3 plus 3. He only does 6 hit points of slash. So 3 hit points of slashing damage with your resistance.
Yeah.
He just kind of looks at you and goes, next time. And I'm going to have him do an acrobatics check. He does not have very high dex, so he might just fall flat in the water if this fails.
Please!
19 plus his dex, just plus 1. So dirty 20. He jumps and, lands perfectly on his feet in the water. As that ship is sailing away, he just turns around and just stares at Shahrazar the entire time, just glaring, but almost a kind of promising glare, like,
Can I do a thing?
Yes,
Okay, so
if
as
you
a
want to shoot projectiles,
farewell, I'll be like, Malthera, I need your help. And she'll pull the longbow, and can you light the arrow on fire?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So
Malthera happily lights it on fire.
So with this thing, she's going to attack and, like, sail this arrow towards the ship.
Yeah.
No!
Oh no!
What's her AC?
I rolled a 4, plus a 4 is an 8. Can I, like, it's just sailing towards the ship to, like, land in the ship. Like, it's not hitting anybody, it's just gonna land in the ship on fire.
You launch the arrow, it sails just past the sails, nicking one. It doesn't really catch the whole thing on fire like dry weeds in a field. Definitely gets their attention, but you can tell somebody's climbing up the crow's nest and just quickly, like, puts it out.
That's for Gerald! I will have my revenge!
So, the sailors come out from below deck, and they're like, you didn't kill them all? I mean, well done. Does anybody... Surgeon kind of comes by, is like, does anybody need some medical attention?
Yes.
You gotta love the NPCs.
Yeah, we all need medical attention.
We need a salve for our pride.
It's at that point that Shahrazar just, like, gives up the ghost. She's at, like, 11 hit points, and she's like, I'm done. And so she, like, drops to her knees, and she's like, I'm done. Please.
You took quite a few hits. That quite impressive.
She had 33 hit points to start with, and she's down to 11.
Man.
Malthera started with 30 and is at 15, and that's with her drinking a healing potion during.
Yeah.
What about Myra and Kamara?
I've still got 23 out of my 27.
I'm 19 out of 27.
Yeah, y'all were better.
Wow. Yeah,
Shahrazar took a lot of the damage.
Yeah, a couple of you kept out of the fight a little bit. So yeah.
Oh goodness! Thank you so much to Miss Lana of America has tipped us $10. Thank you.
Oh.
And saying this is amazing, great job.
Soul. Well, if you want, I can
Gerald
quickly summarize the ending for you guys.
Sure.
So yeah, you sail back into the harbor, and on your way back, the sailors are taking a look. The medic, by the way, patches him. Let me just. He's going to use his little healer's kit to restore. Okay, 6 points to Shahrazar, 5 points to
So that's
5 points to Myra, 6 points to Malthera, and 6 points again to Kanara.
Declare bankruptcy.
So he's healing 6 hit points. Sorry, 6 plus 4. I just realized the little healer's feat that he has. So add an extra 4, everybody, to your hit points.
Okay. Yay.
Yeah, they're just kind of looking at you, patching you up. And as one of these, medical people, probably the cook as well, the one who doubles as the medical assistant and the cook, looks down and he's kind of searching the pirates here who had the masks on, those that are still in moderate tact. And he discovers a very horrifying look. The one that's still mostly intact, that's not incinerated or bludgeoned to a pulp, removes the mask, and it looks like this guy's been long dead for a while, or at least in between. Skin is completely gray, eyes seem to be mostly rolled back, smells putrid. And, for some reason, he's like, how is this guy even still alive? And, well, as you get into port, you go back to the office where Lila's, the receptionist, is waiting for you all. And, as you get there, you also see that she's got a little glass goblet in her hand that she pours into a fountain, and it creates a little mini waterfall, and you can see the image of somebody through the waterfall. He introduces himself as Balthazar Gilligan. To give you a description of what he looks like, he's dressed very dapper. He's about, you can't see his height, but I was going to say 6 feet, deep golden eyes. He's black. He's a very proper-looking gent. He's very nicely well-dressed. He's Balthazar Gilligan himself. It's like, and after thanking you and congratulating you, and of course, Lida comes back with the 100 gold for each of you. 100 gold each. Balthazar actually has her take you into a different room for your reward, he says. Apparently, this was the bigger part of the reward if you actually got the ship back in tow, which, you came back to port, you met up with the second ship carrying all the supplies. He guides you back to that second ship that had the real supplies in it, and there's 4 different crates there's 8 crates in total, 4 on the right side, 4 on the left, and he says, I'll make you, as part of your reward, I'll let you pick yourself. Pick 2 from the right, or pick 1 from the left. I'll send you the total list, but you look in the crates and you've got wondrous items. On the right, there's common wondrous items. On the left, there's uncommon. You get to pick either 1 uncommon or 2 common. They have everything from bags of holding, which can hold up to 500 pounds worth of goods, but still weigh 15 pounds themselves. You've got, I'll send you a full list and let you guys pick from one of them. But yes, that is your final reward. And of course, I imagine that some of you have some personal business as well to take care of with a few NPCs that you met.
Yes.
And yes, Shahazar, when you described white masks, then Gale just smiles very satisfied, like that was them. He goes, they did. So yes.
Gerald, not Gale.
And that concludes our adventure.
Yay!
Yay!
We didn't die.
Amazing.
That was fantastic.
Oh,
well done, everybody. Well done.
Oh my god.
That was fun.
I'm glad.
Hey.
Man.
Hashtag bring Ycey back next session.
Yes. Ycey, would you consider coming back again?
Yeah, we can set it up in advance as well, so we can actually get a map this time set up and have everything set in place.
Yay.
Yeah, because I don't know about the rest of you, but I kind of want to go after these guys.
Yeah, I want to know more of this story.
Go finish them off.
Yeah,
I want to know more of this story. This is definitely not a one-shot. Like, this needs to keep going.
Mm-hmm.
Balthazar also does seem to know a thing or two about these white masks and the ship itself.
You got my curiosity piqued about how, as my character being a druid, she would instantly be going, how is this possible? Because she would know a thing or two about necromancy, so.
Mm-hmm.
Shahazar's just on
makes
a
sense.
revenge warpath for this guy. She's taking a flame
For
to
Gerald.
For Gerald.
She would tell him all about her like adventures and be like, "Here, I did it."
Yep, I'll do two last little endings here. So Balthazar explains that he's seen these before. Studying one of their anatomies, just trying to understand what's going on, the most that he can understand is that these bodies are brought to the cusp of death, almost to death's doorstep itself, but they are not, in fact, undead yet. They're not dead. They are almost there. He says, from my experience, at least seeing them in action on one ship, they don't seem to react to pain or to fear, or even to, I'll say, a poisonous dagger. But they can still be harmed, clearly, as you can see. I've never seen them rise up again after that, but still, it's quite disturbing seeing them in combat. They all seem to work as if they are one mind, or one machine, so to say. I've been trying to look for who makes these, but I still can't find them. All I know is I see their ships here and there. Thank you, though. You have done myself a great service, and this company as well. And as for Gerald, you return, you give the bow back, and he
she would tell him about how she fought in his name, and as the ship was leaving because the Goliath captain got away, she would tell him how she used the bow and shot a flaming arrow into the ship, just for a last reminding note. And also tell him about the first shot that started everything when she kissed the bow and started everything.
He actually carved another thing into that bow. So he's going to work on this little bow with you. In fact, he actually takes Shahazar's hands and kind of guides her into the carving itself to show him how he does it. And it may take a bit of time for her to learn this technique itself, but he carves a little symbol into the bow that allows her to essentially change the damage type of the bow's arrows from piercing to fire damage. It allows her to ignite the bow at will, or ignite the arrow at will, without an action. So she speaks it does require a vocal command, though, for this one. And, yep, the symbol lights up, and
Is it flame
the arrow at
on?
the end. Yeah.
This is for Gerald.
It's his name. It's his name. That's the command. Gerald.
For Gerald.
For Gerald.
There you go.
Gerald.
I'm Spartacus.
So yeah, that is so far that's what we see. I am curious to see if Malthera does follow that contact or read that little slip of paper at some point. And
Once they're safely ashore again, she does definitely read it.
it's his name and his schedule for when he's in port, as well as the name of his ship. You notice that he's going to be in port basically all week.
Ooh. Well,
Going to
then I
go out.
absolutely must
Bound to
stop
go
by.
wow.
Trouble.
And Kanara is definitely going to be going back to that bookseller and taking a look at some of those other scrolls, including the one he was offering. Now that there's
The minor
a
illusion.
little bit more. Yep.
Oh, right,
yeah,
because
I mean,
we
you
have
didn't end up-
money now.
Yeah, you
Yes.
didn't end up. You also didn't end up using that that cantrip that he gave you. I wonder if he has a return.
No, I
button.
didn't. Yep, did not need to, but I have a feeling
trade.
it'll come in handy. Yep.
Okay, but yeah, you can keep it as well. Right. Well,
Oh, that was
thank you
fun.
everybody for inviting me. And yes,
Yeah.
I will be.
So much
I will
fun.
be willing to DM another time again.
Oh, good.
Awesome.
I'm glad
Make it
our
run.
zaniness and constant giggling didn't put you off.
It was a fun session.
Good. Oh my
Glad I was able
goodness.
to.
Another subscriber. Thank you, Vinther, for subscribing. I've gotten so many
Nice.
subscribers tonight.
Hey,
I've
yeah.
lost
look
count.
at that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we have all had a blast. Please make sure to subscribe to all of these amazing, talented people, plus myself if you haven't already done so. And this was a great way to celebrate 2 years of having my channel, because I don't think that 2 years ago I would have ever imagined that I would be live streaming, playing D&D, and actually improvising, because those things terrified me before. And thanks to listening to Tingles and Dragons, the amazing D&D podcast by other ASM artists, that gave me the confidence to be like, yeah, I think I do want to try playing D&D again, and I'm so glad that I did. And I'm happy to be here doing it with all of you in VC with me, and all you lovely people in chat that have been so excited and making jokes as we went along. It was awesome.
Oh.
And to those
coming
of us, to those
Go
of you
ahead.
who also subscribed mid stream, thank you very much,
Yes, thank you.
and congratulations, Bird.
Oh, there's
thank
another
you.
one. This person's name is literally Kim1.
There is one imposter. There's one among us.
No, but one WON.
Gotcha.
Oh, also, completely random thing going back, like, I don't even know how long into the stream. I see. Don't think I didn't notice that Z Frank reference.
That is how
That
I
is
do.
how the platypus do. I know. Z Frank is great.
That is how we do.
All right, well, we're going to go ahead and close it up. Anything else you guys want to say before I fall asleep on my keyboard?
Oh,
do.
thank you so much for giving us all this opportunity to reach out to have fun, Kim. You have earned all the subscribers. You've done amazing things in the last couple of years, and I am so happy, Brain Twin, that I get to be part of your circle and do amazing things. Thank you, everyone, for getting me to 3,000 and beyond. I'm over 3,000 now. So I'm gonna keep going. But yeah, check out everybody here. They are all amazing. What you've heard is just us having fun. Imagine what we do when we get serious and professional.
Oh yeah. You know that Kim and I are doing that collab that comes out on Friday on my channel, so hit that subscribe so you can find it and enjoy
Which will
our
be
lovely
2 female voices for gender neutral listener, Reverse Comfort.
Yes.
So
Mm.
Reverse Comfort's quite popular, so I think that will do well. So make sure
It's
you
always
check
nice
that out.
when you help somebody, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And as
All right.
Oh,
as
That-
for me, cartographers, family situation is still going on, so thank you for being patient. I was able to do this tonight, but finding time to sit down and edit is still a challenge, so I will get a new audio out to you as soon as I can. But thanks for being understanding that, obviously family comes first. But
Mhm.
this has been super fun. I can't wait to do this again. We'll have to look at schedules.
Well, thank you guys for enjoying our nice little podcast. That was our lovable Bird playing the ever so clever Kanara. And thank you for listening to our delightful Cassie playing the equally delightful Malthera. And our ever so favorite Kim playing the ever so comical Myra, or ever so resourceful Myra. And, of course, the ever so brilliant Treble playing the ever so powerful Shahrazar. This is Ycey Narrates, and I bid you all adieu. Also, don't subscribe to me unless you actually like my content, but thank you if you want to anyway.
He's fabulous. I recommend him. Go check him out.
Definitely.